And we are live. Welcome back to another episode of Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, The Witch Hunters. Last session, you guys finally entered into the divination chamber, where you had been previously to unfortunately have to deal with Kesarask. His mind had been taken over by some other entity within the void. Now, as you return, you've come seeking answers. Answers that only the gods could potentially provide. And as you all sat down, you prepared yourself for the mental stress that was going to be inflicted upon you. For mortal minds can easily break and snap at the revelation of how insignificant their world really is. How the planes fit together in a puzzle. And the space between that space and the tumultuous void in between. That is potentially where Kesarask gained this strange and overwhelming sense of dread that overtook him, but he tried to steer away from that. Ember was first and delved into the material plane. You actually felt yourself pulling away from the plane itself to actually reach it, perhaps giving you a suspicion that this hut, this place, is on its own plane of existence itself. But regardless, the spell worked, and you maintained a semblance of sanity as you washed over the air through the cities and finally ended up landing in Nephany, where you went through an open window in a cold, chilly air. There was roaring fireplace, someone lounging down, reading a book. Natasha? Or should we say Sinvala? And hopefully you got some light shed on Senrith and the hut itself, why she left. And you swiftly returned back as fast as you had got there, and then began the vision for the next individual. Which was, I believe, Di, wasn't it? So, Di, you saw an elven god amidst a field of white flowers. But their beauty hid a danger, a deadly poison that seemed to grip the mind of Eridanus. And such, he gained an insanity, a madness effect, where he now finds flowers repulsive. But Di, you managed to steal your mind and calm yourself before the presence of this individual. It wasn't who you was expecting necessarily. You expected the god of poetry and the forest to be much more joyous or merry, but this seemed a sour, almost cold kind of audience with him. He said that he seemed weak. He said that he seemed like exhausted and tired from something. And they bolstered your belief in yourself that you had all you needed to achieve your goal. You need not try to lean on some greater power, but that you just simply need to believe within yourself. And lastly, you asked about an individual that none of the others had heard the name of until now. And you had asked what became of their fate. And though you were shown perhaps their last moment, you at least had acceptance in the fact that they are maybe at peace and that their death has completed a circle of life. And that kind of goes in tune with what this, with what Larithian was saying. That there was a cycle that was spinning, and that Baba Yaga was simply a temporary danger or hindrance to this cycle, but only temporary. And then finally, Tanner, you received your vision. You headed in at first the same direction as the first one, but instead cut your journey short by diving into Weep. Except this wasn't the Weep you know. It wasn't your home. This was a ruined shadow, a dark reflection of a potential worse future, where shadows crept, colors drained, and emotions were stifled. There were wraith-like beings that tried to tear down Ember in his travel through the plains, but you were able to just barely fight them back, using all of your blessings and auras to make this happen, and your twists of fate. But yeah, nonetheless, pushed through the shadows and managed to reach the cathedral itself. There, you saw a sad figure reading a book of blank pages atop a ruined and desiccated throne. This altar was once the bastion of hope and and holiness, and now it seemed like an empty husk. You asked why you abandoned. He asked you why you abandoned him. You asked him why he abandoned you, and there was this moment of realization that neither had abandoned either. It was simply a misunderstanding that something was stopping them from allowing to be contacted. Here in this plane, it seems as though messages die before they reach one's ears. But it seems he was hearing you now, and at first, perhaps he even thought you were a ghost, something, some power sent to torment him further. But you convinced him, reassured him that people still believed in him and that he wasn't alone. He was lamenting some sort of passage of souls. The wretched creatures that slinked in the shadows were perhaps those souls he was mentioning. They looked lost. They looked they looked almost tortured in this place. But he said that it was some sort of his duty to perhaps guide them or keep them company at the very least. And he damned this kind of cruel existence. He damned the system set in place. These souls should be left to wander. You asked him about the whatever happened to his book, and he looked eastward, trying to discern something, and he came to perhaps like a revelation, but words seemed to escape him in this moment. He was unable to answer the question, but he did look out towards where, instead of Silver Pine Forest, there was a cascading rain of ash. Yeah, east of Weep. And lastly, you asked him if you were up to the task, whether you were the right one to be following Raziel and passing out his his teachings effectively. And he said that he trusted your judgment, and with that, he saw his wings made of these blank papers seem to like fly aloft, and he flew into the air, but at the same time, you were being pulled away from the vision at the same time. And that's everything you saw within the visions. But it wasn't where the information gathering ended. The item you found on Kesarask was some sort of periapt. It is a device used to trap his mind should his body fail. And Kesarask explained everything to Daya, finally, and the other individual there, Azumos. They seem to have like a shared mind, and they know exactly what you was looking for, Daya. He explained that the Larithian star travels through the planes, one by one. It traverses them, but when it reaches the material, it's split into two separate reflections. One that exists in the Feywild, one exists in the Shadowfell. And effectively, it passes through them, does so one after the other, but it still is shining there in the material. It's supposed to, apparently, take the longest time. Its longest leg of its journey is through the Feywild, such is the time of the strange Fey. It is a never-ending twilight, and it is during this time when it is supposed to be suffused with the magic of the Feywild, and then deliver it onto the material plane, where the elves bask in its magical light and return that semblance of divinity to them. But something drained it whilst it was on that journey. Something sapped it of that magic, stole it. And whilst there were no names said, Azumos taunted and uh, and jested that you already knew potentially who was responsible for this. But when it reached the material plane, it didn't deliver that magic, and might not have even reached the Shadowfell at all at that point. Effectively, like just stuck there. But that explains everything. Why your star appeared but did not give you the magic that you'd waited for. You asked a quick question about what you were to do now, but according to both Larithian himself and Kestrask, you already have everything you need within the Elsewhere Flask, because you physically took the star from the Feywild, and your mission perhaps now is to deliver it to the material. And I think that's everything we really covered last session. Is there any other major points? Zankiri is working for you, Ember. He's protecting you for 24 hours. I
Damn
think
right
that's
he
everything.
is.
Yeah.
Try to
Cool. All right.
take my platinum bar and give me nothing.
Let's jump back into it. What do you guys wish to do now?
No.
Well, I guess we are hanging out in the bathhouse. We've kind of exchanged all that information with each other. So,
Yeah. I kind of want to go on a rampage and destroy all flowers, but that's probably a bit extreme. So I'll
any
settle for a long rest.
Any flowers in any of these rooms? Let's see.
That's the bath
Yeah,
salts
there
of
are. We got.
debris.
You better stay out of Erin's room. She might be not too happy if you.
Yeah.
That quite glance.
It's been a really long day. I know we got this shadow beast. How are we gonna get some sleep?
Sleep is definitely high up on my priority list.
Tanner, I don't say this lightly. You're looking real rough. I think it's been, especially for you. You probably feel pretty,
okay.
pretty sore after that. The mind. No,
Well,
no.
you know, it was only death. Ha ha
Never again, Tanner. No,
Right.
no more of that.
So how about you get a rest before you have to take the longest rest again? So let's rest.
Adonis, no one look at these things. Seems that words here actually have physical. I don't know.
What are you trying to say? Go ahead.
Well,
One more time.
if you suggest a man's gonna die, Daya, maybe he will die. Just
Yeah, it was more if he doesn't rest, then that's going to inevitably increase his chances of death.
all of our
Point.
chances.
So
We need to be more careful.
So if we all rest, then hopefully it'll be a long time before we take the long sleep. Was my
I got your humor. I like it, Adonis. That's good. A little bit of personality. I'm impressed.
Adonis just looks at them a moment and just like, yes, yes. But, though actually I'm kind of curious because I'm technically was from the Fae, and like the Fae obviously have that weird cycle things that but I'm obviously kind of unique in like how I was made, so do I return back to like the Fae world like other Fae do, or do other things happen?
Or if you're banished.
Well,
If
no,
you-
it was
if you
like
perish, yeah.
like if a Fae dies, they obviously their energy returns back to the Fae world to come up as, for example, a flower. So,
Yeah.
Maybe not in this, but
I was a Fae made from the stars and the void. So, what happens when I die? Eridanus is now like, huh.
That's a hard one to answer, I think.
Yeah. You know, that's got
It-
to actually be
the-
fairly. That's got to be fairly unique in the world. Like, I'm one of the few people who doesn't know what happens to them after they die.
Unusual.
Or
But I
at
mean,
least doesn't have some idea.
The thing that created your void, the void wasn't created out of nothing, ironically. The thing that made the void flask came from the Feywild as well. So maybe
Possibly.
it's just
Maybe
maybe the
I'm
flask was one more stop in the cycle, and
Maybe.
your cycle is just a little more diverse than most.
Maybe. Or maybe rather than returning to the Feywild, maybe I'll return to the stars. That'd be cool.
That would be
Everyone,
cool.
that's why that shadowy creature is so curious about you.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
that's
definitely interesting.
excellent
Like,
point.
it is the void, I'm from the void. Or was from the void.
Eh.
I'm from the
Maybe it's the fact that maybe Grizz is right. It's not the fact that you're from the Fae. It's the fact that you were created from the darkness.
Helenus is a similar situation for me.
In which-
He wasn't really
um,
happy with killing me. He wanted me, eat me.
I wonder. I wonder. I just had perhaps a slight thought based on that, and based on Tanner. What if the reason it wants to me is because what's the right word here? Because it wants to learn how I became more than just the void. Like, and that's why it fed on my light, because it wants to gain that light itself. And
Because you
that's
could
what Tanner needs to
cross-
return to it. Perhaps.
But then how do I release it? My problem is that the light that I gave when this shield was created, the same thing happened when Dawn touched the shield and transferred that light over. So, as I said, I'm not sure if there's a release to this, or how I'm able to harness that power. I think Dawn kind of overlooked that a bit too much. But,
Perhaps not. Perhaps it was by design, Tanner. Maybe he wanted you as part of your growth or whichever to figure it out for yourself.
to discover it?
My understanding was that Dawn seemed to think that it was a version of Twilight that had gone too far into the night, and that if you shone some of the daylight on it, it would be called back and healed or made whole or however.
It makes sense.
So in that sense, we're not going with the point isn't to destroy it, but to save it.
What's the starting point in all this, Daya? Where does it begin and where does it end? Is it midnight? Is it noon? Is it? Because the order matters here. I think. If Dawn were to give something to propel Twilight further, then or back, then he would be bringing it back towards himself, or would he be pushing it further away from himself? It all depends on where the cycle begins.
Hold on. It goes noon, twilight, night, dawn.
Is that right, Grizz? I don't know. You
does it
spend most of your
matter
life
which
living in a
one comes
mountain. You've seen them.
first? The point isn't. I don't know if it matters if dawn came first or night came first.
I think
The
it would,
point is
because
that
that's
it's
the direction.
a cycle that
Well,
continues in perpetuity,
I
and
mean,
that each part has its own.
I think if
role
you're
to
going
play.
to push it as a cycle, either we're going to push Twilight far enough into the light that it approaches it that way, we're going to pull back Twilight back the other way. Either way, it should become more light than it should balance out in theory.
I don't know
they
if
may-
Dawn would want balance. Dawn would want Dawn, perpetual Dawn. Twilight would want perpetual Twilight. These aren't forces that exist in harmony. They are forces that exist as part of an
No.
equilibrium. I don't.
Yeah,
But they
each
all
one
work
is,
together.
That's the day.
But-
That's how the
but
world
Dawn-
works. The
Dawn
cycle of
wanted
life.
to give this power
I
to
get it,
return
Daya, but-
Twilight back to Twilight.
No, I don't.
Because
that,
without them
they would
all
wax and
being
wane.
there, they can't balance.
There
Yeah,
is
it's
no
just
dawn
like,
without night. Yeah.
just
There's
like the
no-
Queen of
there's-
Winter, she didn't want to leave into a flower. She wanted Winter to stay forever. Just like Summer
Well-
would. Dawn and Night and Twilight would be the same. I think.
Winter doesn't want Winter necessarily to stay forever. Winter.
Do we know this? They don't know the part of the cycle that they are. They're trying to. I believe they're trying to promote themselves. We know that the equilibrium needs to be maintained, and all four parts of the cycle need to rotate in correct axes. But they don't know that. They wouldn't. They would. Dawn would just want dawn. And Night would want night.
Well, that's because you're assuming that Dawn. Like, Dawn is Dawn, but is not just Dawn, is the point. And Dawn cannot exist truly without the others, and I think the other embodiments...
Is he even
which know that-
self-aware of that? Does he even know that? I
mean,
don't know.
He seemed fairly aware of it. Chris,
I think
from
I would say
a
dawn.
Sorry. go on.
from a Fae perspective, like this is just because I'm not 100% sure, like, because obviously seasons do pass in the Fae. I know there is a summer court, a winter court, and to a lesser extent a spring and an autumn court. But isn't it like they have to agree together for the seasons to move forward or something? Otherwise, like, and that's how
Right.
like time
Seasons don't
flows.
move forward because time is not a concept of the Fae. It is
Yeah.
mostly, well, like you said, if one deems it so, if a willpower pushes things forward in motion. Now, in some places, it might be a perpetual winter. In other places, it might be perpetual summer. But the Feywild as a whole, kind of almost divided into different territories, but space is also a loose concept within the Feywild as well. Long story short, it's not going to be one thing that your mortal minds can comprehend, and I think the little discussion back and forth here kind of proves just how odd the Fae are in terms of trying to understand it and apply rules to them. That's the point. Rules don't apply to them. If there was a cycle, it would make sense. So it can't be a cycle.
Yes. But another thing is we're trying to necessarily equate Dawn, Twilight, and whoever else as if they were the same as the Archfey of the courts, but they're not. They're... I mean, I don't know exactly what they are, but they're not Archfey, so...
Yeah.
And yes, Dawn was enough to bring Dawn, but at the same time, like, that might just be because he has enough power to do that, or he has been granted that power by some way, and he has granted at least a portion of that power to Tanner.
I mean, if you think about it this way, right? When Dawn came up from the surface world, it was at the same time that the stars from the night were being pulled into the Elsewhere flask. Now, which was it? Was it Dawn returning to the surface and bringing light? Or was it by Queen Una's will that the stars were robbed from the sky, thus transitioning to day? Both are true, and both both are in equal alignment.
Yes,
It's
almost like in
the
order
story
for it
is what
to
tells it.
happen, both of them were needed in a way. Like Dawn was needed to bring the light, but Una was needed to remove the darkness.
Yeah, and in a
Almost.
weird way, that's how the Fae kind of operate in a fairy tale like way. Some sort of mystical power is at work, and it's not one thing or the other. But one thing's for certain, and that is what Dawn said, and that is that you needed to return the light to him to restore some semblance of balance. And I think Dai kind of put that best. The first thing you said.
It's. I mean, we know that Dawn, as an entity, as a being, is both sentient and has his own willpower, and he also would have his own flaws. So Twilight and Darkness would have the same thing.
Yes, and it seems they're all capable of emotion because obviously Dawn is with
Mm.
Saoirse, and obviously you have Twilight and and Simbala, Natasha. Have we met the other one? Have you guys met the other one?
You have
I
seen
haven't.
Night.
But
No,
He
you
was the one
haven't.
who was like Baba Yaga's bodyguard or whatever.
Yes, she
Mm.
was being escorted by him.
Mm-hmm.
in which
Yeah.
case,
Also,
Oh,
you've
we
heard his
did
name
in the
mentioned
swamp. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember.
in yes, the swamp. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and if he was horseback, that also aligns with what you heard in the stables, and that was that one of the horses was Knight's. He does own one. Yep. Yeah, that fateful piece of art when you first were on the outskirts of
Yeah,
the
I had
hut.
forgotten about him.
Yeah,
well,
He was in the Gloom
Oh.
Glen.
I mean,
that's
this
it.
might be a weird idea, but
He was watching.
what to get more understanding of how these entities work. I mean, there's one of those entities still remaining. What if we spoke to Knight and asked him? I don't know if he'd give help, but if this Twilight has gone too far into the night and is no longer in balance, perhaps Knight would have some idea, maybe?
He would probably be in Baba Yaga's throne room, imagine, protecting her.
With Baba Yaga
This
wherever
that'll
she
be,
is.
yeah.
Essentially, we would be appealing to his broader sense of right and wrong of the way things are, because
Well, if
Night wanting more Night would be an understandable ambition. I think having more power, more time in his own realm, it would be a very sort of uh, immediate desire.
I would
But as
recommend
but
caution.
but we would need to appeal to his greater sense of responsibility and his understanding that night has no power unless the day feeds it first. Night can't continue forever. It will eventually just degrade. The same with winter. Winter is valuable for a few months only because it's had the summer to feed it. Winter continues forever. Eventually, there will be nothing left.
With
We need to appeal to his greater sense uh, of the universe.
would just say that much like Dawn can be seen as a entity of good and warmth and joy and heroism. I would think that much like the winter being a foul, cold, deathly despair at time of no growth and no prosperity. I imagine that night would be the polar opposite of dawn, and it would be, or at least of noon, very much a fellow that may wish just to stick you with the blade, Dia, more than I don't know. I would be.
Except that
Well,
you make the assumption that winter as an entity is a dark
Ah,
and
not an
foul
assumption.
entity.
It is terrible.
No,
Cold.
winter is a
winter
time
is
of
an-
rest. It's
And
a time
winter
of
is a necessary
Winter's a
part.
time of
with-
death. Ah,
Winter
Or
is a
autumn.
necessary part of the cycle for the soil to be broken up to promote new life in spring.
Yep.
With-
Without winter,
without-
there is no spring. Without night, the creatures don't have time to rest and renew and rejuvenate. You need both.
Just because you don't like the cold doesn't make it a bad thing.
oh, terrible.
If
I
this
would rather
if
it be-
Knight as a sentient individual being has been spending all his time with Baba Yaga though,
That
will they be
was-
willing to listen to this kind of philosophy?
Well, if you think about it, so was Dawn until they were lent out to Una.
Mm.
What do you mean
Oh my
talking
God.
to Nine?
Yes.
Just in general.
But when Dawn was here, Knight, they were like the angel and the devil on the shoulder, right? They were there to balance each other out. You take one away,
Do you think Dawn's maybe made me the temporary Dawn?
That is another point. If you're the temporary Dawn, then you would be the best person to speak. Because you would be Night's
True.
balance, and between the two of you, perhaps that could bring Twilight into balance, because they are a mix of both.
Think about
Better
it this way,
dawn
Tanner.
than noon.
I really
As you
wish
mentioned
he supplied. He didn't. I really wish he supplied an instruction manual with it.
Have you
Uh.
tried, like, seeing if there's anything on your shield you can peel away? Maybe there's some hidden runes or something?
Is it like a scratch and sniff?
The only runes
Or-
there are the
What?
Elven runes. You up from there yourself.
What was that?
And-
he
Sorry?
did lend you part of his power, made you his lieutenant essentially.
The runes on the shield are the ones that you carved on there.
Yes. Yeah.
You
yeah.
made the shield, and you remember making it from a material that was supposedly stolen from a long lineage of knights or warriors.
City.
And yeah, and lastly, when you crafted the thing, you felt it hungering as if you could offer more. And you did. You offered your own divinity. When you did that, you lost your aura.
Yes.
And you saw that Dawn did very much the same thing.
So, if it's ideas on how to use the shield, Ember, didn't you say there was someone in the hut who can identify things? Granny Whitaker, was it? I think you said.
Yeah, she would definitely be able to, or even I think one of our friends, the Tinkerers, once identified an object for us.
Or, if we want to do one last thing before we rest that shouldn't require any physical effort, we could try to speak to Terrig. We know where he is now.
I'm way too tired for that.
Rest first, and then talk to Terrig,
Yes, and then
and then maybe see if we can talk to Baba Yaga at night.
because Terrig is the architect, so if anyone knows what's going on with like the power flow and stuff here, then he would, right? Apart from
I
Baba
think
Yaga,
so.
I guess.
Yes, absolutely. He would know about the cracks. That's for sure.
Yes.
Uh,
So
Natasha did
Not-
say that.
Not to mention the portals. If we're going to go anywhere else, we need to go. We need to know where to get there. Turg
yes.
would know.
Right. So rest, see Terrig. Then once we're done with Terrig, potentially, depending on how that goes, try to speak to Knight. And potentially, if we're lucky, Lady Mora will come to us before then.
Natasha did
Yeah.
say the hut is being lost by the Baba Yaga. That the croc could be what's causing that.
Yeah, something about it isn't stable and it's caused the magic here, at least certain kinds, to become unstable.
Come, Tanner, quick, quick, quick!
Oh, I'm
Don't
coming.
leave my side. We're gonna rest now, buddy. Don't worry, we're gonna be okay.
Tanner, I'll take first watch. You should go rest.
No, no, please, you can go first.
No, I'm at full health. I'll be all right. You go. I'll catch.
He
You look
kind
like
of
you could
like
use a nap.
looks to the others
yeah,
going into the room and
movement's
just
a bit
leans
laggy.
back to Dyer, just says,
Um,
"Thank you."
What if we just get Sankiri to do the guarding? It's literally what he's being paid for.
Yeah, totally. Zankiri, please man these doors. They need to be secured at all hours of this rest.
All right.
No talkback either. I'm paying you in platinum.
I'm not talking back.
Yeah.
Then we,
And Ember,
we
before
agree.
you go to rest, can I borrow that book that you got off of Kesserask? I'm gonna be awake. I'd like to flip through it. I doubt I can make much sense of it, but you never know. Something might stick out.
Certainly, it's a spell book, Daya, but if you wish to, be careful. You don't want to
I'll just
accidentally
look at the
cast
pretty
something.
pictures. Oh,
Sure,
there's no danger of that. Trust me.
Okay. I'll give her the spell book. But, also, Daya, actually, although that spell book certainly is more valuable, this book might. Well, let me know what you can think of. What you think we can figure out about this troll book here. I'll give her both books. I'll give her the one about the troll that made a trip to the material plane. Maybe there's some hidden meanings or between the pages or something. Just see what you see. You're
Well,
pretty
I'll
clever.
give it a look. I promise nothing, but
Of
you never
course,
know.
of course. Zankiri, I mean it. Eyes out. Watch, especially for invisible creatures. Sneaky witches. Toe stealers.
I'm gonna steal your toes in a minute.
Yes, good night. Tanner, that's my bed. What are you doing?
He wants to share a bed with you.
Oh wait.
All
just
right,
realised.
I'll sleep on this one then. Okay. Good night, Tanner.
In fact, even though elves don't technically sleep, this is probably the first time that you'll actually see Tanner not meditating.
Just like, nope, just want to, just lay here.
Yeah, he's just...
Yeah, like not sleeping doesn't mean you don't feel peace when you close your eyes and lie down. You know what I mean? You're just not
But
sleep.
normally he... I can imagine when like elves meditate. Oh no, I guess they would lie down. No, never mind.
Right.
Ignore me.
well, I don't know. In Lord of the Rings style, like Legolas just lays down on his back with his eyes open, in a very creepy way.
I was gonna say maybe it seems a little bit more natural the way he is now, like because when you get into bed you're all exhausted and you just kind of throw yourself in, where I can imagine when Tanner meditates it's more almost like coffin style, you know.
Yeah. I like it.
So this one he's just kind of thrown himself in, he's under the duvet, like he's gone.
Okay.
Ember goes to
Um,
sleep, knowing that
Goes to sleep?
his faithful companion is watching him. No shadow will hurt Ember in the presence of one who glows so bright as Tanner.
Wildfire, I think, is your
Tannerlin Wildfire.
Tannerlin Wildfire.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn the night light off.
And Dia, what book are you reading again? The one about
So I have the ones that that Ember got from Kesserask, the one that Eridanis and Ember were looking at with the various spells and things.
Okay.
I don't like. I wouldn't mind rolling an insight check just to see if there's anything that jumps out at me. Like the spells aren't going to make much sense, but I don't know if there's some
Something
words or
hidden in the
phrases
ciphers
that
or
will
notes,
that will
perhaps, yeah.
jump out. You know, something that will a clue that will trigger a thought in my mind.
Okay. Go ahead. Roll a investigation check. I'm gonna say
Ooh, 18.
that's not
That
not
was
bad. Okay.
Right, that's
Um.
just Eridanis freezing the plant in his room, don't mind me.
So, though there are a majority of pages dedicated to spell storing and the cipher that makes up the intricate details and components, there are other entries that seem to show a different pattern in the way it's wrote. They don't seem to be giving any indication that there's a spell secretly woven into the text. Rather, it seems to tell more, read more like a diary entry.
Mm-hmm.
And in short, it describes the life, a secret life of Kesserask. One where he tried to carefully distance himself from his previous hive mind. Kesserask and Azumask, and a third individual, once belonged to the same hive mind, which they broke free from. And the reason why they broke free was because they wanted to explore magical means of extending one's life. They knew that eventually their bodies would perish, and though they were taught that their minds would join with the hive mind, they were potentially curious. They might have suspected that they were being deceived. Yes, even by the hive mind. They thought that perhaps once one's mind is actually accumulated into the hive mind, it doesn't actually get it doesn't actually get conjoined. Rather, it's simply assimilated, and any personality traits or um, things like that would have just simply been discarded, whilst the information was absorbed. Because the way mind flayers feed is they literally absorb the minds of others, and they don't become someone else, or they don't become a conjoined entity when they devour someone's brains. They just had this inkling, the suspicion that actually hive minds will just simply devour them and then discard them, and they won't live on as this psychic entity. They will actually just perish. So they distanced themselves, broke free from the control of the hive mind, and forged their own little coven, so to speak. There is three of them, and together they crafted a periapt, which is an actual device which traps one's minds once they actually die. Their true envision of what the hive mind should have been. Um, though that's mostly his background and story.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to shed that much light on the other one, Azimos. He seemed to set out to potentially create his own hive, but that's all his story. Kesselrash does, however, talk about his time under the tutelage of Baba Yaga. It was actually Baba Yaga who unlocked the secret to creating the Periapt in the first place. In return, Kesselrash would serve as a powerful mind, divination purposes, within the hut. apparently Baba Yaga was searching for something, and she had him scour plane after plane after plane in search of something. And Kesrex was asked to detail these findings and report back any kind of plane that had one of two things, either a form of light, a beacon that was essentially shining bright, or a plane that had immense darkness and shadow shrouding it. Either because so, and Kesserask, I'll say with an 18, you come to the realization that Kesserask had another hunch. He's very good at coming up with hunches, and in this hunch, he thinks that Baba Yaga was looking for something that was either so shrouded it was hidden in complete darkness, or it was covered by some blinding light so bright that you couldn't see through it. It was literally the two polar opposites. But that's it.
Interesting.
Sarask never found out what she was looking for because his search was never ending.
Interesting. Okay. That is very. That's fitting with a lot of clues without revealing too much. Like,
Yeah.
we already know that Baba Yaga is interested in searching the flames for power and means to disrupt certain cycles. So something very either light or darkness fits with what she's doing with the shadow beasts, with dawn and night, and the stars.
Indeed.
And we had that vision, or I had that vision at Granny Whitaker's, where she was having control and access to various different planes and realities and dimensions, or at least that's what was my interpretation.
Yeah.
So somehow this is all connected. But yeah, like as Ember is saying in the chat there, like Corellian is saying that this is temporary, that he doesn't see her as a permanent threat. But I think she maybe is nevertheless a temporary disruption. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna muse on this for a little bit, and like she is reading this book and kind of flipping through this as she's kind of mechanically patrolling with Sankiri.
Yep.
Like she is sort of reading the book as she's walking up and down the corridor, like not really paying too much attention to noises or sounds, but just being a presence.
Yeah.
But definitely this is, yeah, she's reading all the marginalia, all the little notes. Like every time he writes anything down, she is kind of adding this to the to the list of clues.
His findings and his research on the planes isn't detailed in here. This is clearly his own private thoughts and diary entries, but you must imagine that there is somewhere where this has been documented and that he has stored this knowledge for her to review. And maybe that's the next step in finding what you want. Or maybe you have to ask her yourself, but that's the other thing. You've already asked Lady Mora to kind of ask what her goal is with Elena, but whether that's a dangerous
at this
question or
point
not.
is she's very much looking for the bigger picture. Like not so much that the whys and wherefores and like what specific spell are you using, more like what are you trying to do here? What is and ultimate is it something that is dangerous? So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
That's cool. All right. Grizz is fast asleep, and I imagine Eridanus, you're asleep now as well at this point, right?
Yep.
Okay.
After freezing the plant that was in the room.
You, you froze the plant in the corner.
Yep.
Full plant pot.
It looked
not
too much like a flower for his liking, so he frostbited it.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, that thing wilts. It'll fall away and shatter as they're so
Mm.
fragile. They kind of got froze to glass.
Yep.
Okay.
The God plan.
Then, pop.
Yeah,
Well.
and Eridanus is sleeping with, for want of words, like the Harriet astronomer's boon probably like under his pillow so that it's, yeah, if anyone wants to try to take it, they have to like go under his pillow, so it should be safest.
Alright.
So that does mean having 2 mind flares in my head, but that's
Amazing. That was Zangieri's perception check, by the way.
wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
This
die.
fucking lazy guard.
Okay. Well, he seems to be going back and forth as well. And in one potential lapse of concentration, he turns his back on Eridanus' door. And at that moment,
Oh no.
something begins to creep in
Oh
through the
boy.
tiny crack in the door.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, we're not gonna get away with this, are we?
I'm not.
Think-
You might.
Sankiri, buddy.
Buddy.
What do we pay you for? Oh no. Oh,
For real.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna pause there because this is during one of your investigations. You're reading deep
Yeah,
into your book,
Yeah,
when
I'm only patrolling like mechanically. I'm not
and
looking
the thing
around.
about this silent creature is that it literally is surrounded by its own silence. Nor does it
Yeah.
need to even open the door.
It's almost
Simply-
like a living pass without a trace spell.
Yeah. Or literally a shadow that has no scent, no color, and no sound. And as said shadow creeps in, it begins to lurch over your body, Eridanus.
Oh Lord.
It seems to sense something in you. It seems to be drawn like a moth to a flame, but in this sense, a shadow to a void. And as it leans over, you're still
Oh my god.
unaware of its presence. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage this time, purely because you are unconscious.
There you go.
How on earth do you keep rolling this?
wow. Sorry, can I just point out
Disadvantage, too, oh my
disadvantage?
Wow.
Oh my god. Last time he got a natural 20. I robbed him of that, but it's still a natural 18! Which is incredible. Eridanus, even in your slumbering state, there is a starlight that seems to shroud you and protect you. A web of light that shields you from the shadows. It can't seem to pierce through them without being stabbed by the light. And instead, it veers away once again. Having failed again and again, it seems like this isn't a power that is spammable, but rather one that needs to be charged every time. Yes, I have been rolling random d6s in the past. But it is seemingly unable to do this in this moment, and rather than risk being detected, it slinks away. Being pulled, like as if someone just tugged on a rope, and the shadow slithers back through the doorway, back through the door frame, and into the other chambers.
Does
Amazing.
Sankiri notice it on the way out?
You have an itch on your nose, but no, not really.
No, I was thinking,
Sorry.
did Sankiri? 'Cause he's
I was in
also-
Zankiri. He just about turns his back when he kind of sees there's a color returning to the hallway, and he kind of like, huh? Huh? He sort of steps forward a few
Must have
paces.
been the wind.
Yeah, must have been the wind. He opens the door and leans in, checking on you. Shuts the door again. Cold in the air. But I think I'm just getting tired. Rubs his eyes. Ah. Well, Dyer, you should at least sit down. Your constant back and forth is making me nervous.
Oh, my apologies. All right. I will.
It's still 4
I'm
hours
gonna.
left.
I'm gonna sit here on the stairs in case anything comes down. But if you want to continue to just keep an eye on the doors, entrances and exits, I think we'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Can't believe I made
Ember.
that save at disadvantage.
Yeah, that was pretty damn good. Ember, you are less dreaming, but perhaps just there's a thought at the back of your mind is um you're kind of lapsing in and out of consciousness, and it's just a reminder that there is some great elemental power here within the hut, and it's as though you do sense it from time to time. Like maybe it's the wild magic within your veins, or perhaps it's the hut's dizzying chorus of wavy magic. But occasionally, you do feel a sensation like a burning hot core, but you're not really feeling it right now. But what you do seem to think about is just knowing that there is something here that is either fueling this place or potentially being protected by this place. Um, it's something to investigate. It's not at the top of the list, but it's just something in the back of your mind because you came here for a reason and you were promised great power. The Ring of Wishes is, of course, definitely something that by chance came to your possession, but wasn't what you was originally after. And Baba Yaga is still yet to potentially offer that to you after all you've done. But you've made more trouble for her than you've actually, uh, you know, given her stuff. Anyway,
I've done
I just want
nothing
to.
but good.
Yeah, that's what you're telling yourself.
I'm going to tell her too.
Cool. Oh yeah, you do kind of wonder, like, what are those guard rigs guarding? Anyway,
Yeah, I've been wondering that for like 30 sessions. Some
exactly.
kind of ring, that's all I know. An elemental
Right.
ring of.
Element. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. It's kind of like bubbling at the back of your mind. And
It's been bubbling in the back of Derek's mind too, believe me, Chris.
yeah,
But I haven't really taken the initiative.
that's cool. I mean, there's been so much going on, but at least a nice little reminder. It's nice to
Excellent.
remind you it's there. Tanner, as for you, the shield that is, of course, ever present and animated. During the night, do you actually kind of lay it to rest, or does it continually like just float?
Well, as I've just found out that elves can actually sleep, Tanner will probably be quote unquote incapacitated, so he would have rested to one side.
Okay, gotcha. In that case, then, as you're sleeping and perhaps laying on your side with it in view, is this kind of sense of vertigo as if you're falling in towards the shield, and the edges of the room, the periphery of your vision, kind of gets further and further away as your vision is pulled in to that void, that lightless, non-reflective surface just seems to absorb light, drinking it in. And as you're going to float through this space, I just want you to roll a quick perception check. Because you were checking the shield out last time and you didn't see anything, but perhaps in the dream state, perhaps in the subconscious mind, you're able to sail this darkness.
That'd be a
On-
19.
Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Within this blackout void, I'm almost tempted to just hit the darkness button. Right there, maybe.
Darkness. Oh wow, it is
Then-
dark. The page is
yeah.
black.
Pretty black, but you can still see when you come back.
Cast magic missile.
There is a light.
That's cool.
There is something here within the darkness. You can sense it. You can see it. It starts off as a tiny pinprick, but then as you get closer, it's like a flame candle. It gets brighter and brighter. It seems as though there is a presence here, and it's not giving off any heat. More of like a holy fire, a radiant, burning soul. And as you kind of open your eyes wider within this space, it expands at the same kind of consistency, and it lets out these rays, much akin to when you saw Dawn activating his auras when he was smiting down foes. There were these brilliant sun shafts that seem to shoot out, and they're here, they're present, but they don't seem to be escaping. It's like it's trapped light, because normally light, fire it from something, it will keep going and going and going and going, and then bounce off another thing, and then going and going and going until eventually it's effectively dispersed, like it's being diluted in the air. But here, it seems trapped, contained. A shadow acts as a vessel. The only way to potentially carry light is with shadow.
Okay.
But nonetheless, you're kind of reassured that Dawn didn't just do nothing. He has given you something. You just need to simply find a way to reach in, harness it, and deliver it to its recipient. Yeah, it's during these rays of light that your dazzling vision either sends you off to complete unconsciousness, or maybe even wakes you up from this trance, because you do only need 4 hours of rest.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll say that as several of these rays reach your eyelids, they shoot into them, blinding you momentarily before you come to consciousness. It's a brilliant bloom. The room looks blurry and bright. You're still kind of like adjusting, but you've acquired a long rest.
Yay!
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
yes.
Nice.
I
Good
can
stuff.
actually do stuff.
Chris, I will be attuning the Pearl of Power to a 2nd level spell.
Okay, cool. While you do your little bits on your sheet, I'm just gonna quickly be right back. But yeah, do all your sheets and stuff.
Alright, let's roll my
Yeah,
d6.
Do we level up?
Nope.
Two. What does two give me? Is that will or woe? Will or woe? That is will.
Good morning, Ember.
Hey, Tanner. You slept really well. I was up before you.
I know, I slept.
Actually, you would probably see Ember at the desk, just looking over. Yeah, that's there.
Yeah. What are you doing
Not
up
much.
so early?
Just thinking. Long term, Tanner. Long term. I got Hellidus on the brain. I'm not gonna lie. It'd be nice to bring him under our wing.
Who was that? Sorry, I missed the name.
Hellidus.
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 Yeah,
You
Tanner.
keep bringing him up. I'm not sure that means what you think it means. Remember how he was? Remember how he was singularly unwilling to join us last time? Oh, I'm in the hallway. I'm
Is
I'm
this Sarah?
eavesdropping.
Okay, yeah, okay.
No, I'm-
Yes,
I'm
Daya, but
eavesdropping.
okay, that's cool. Yes, Daya, but he. I mean, yeah, you're right, Daya. But the thing is, I'm stronger now, Daya, and not only that, I imagine there would be ways to put him under our care, to put him under our thumb.
I'm not
he
entirely
would
sure.
he would be a great servant.
What
Very
ways
powerful.
specifically, though? Do you have a spell that will do that? Or an item
I
that will
do not. That's more of a wizard thing, Daya. But I think through negotiation and through manipulation, it would be how I would have to. This is a long term. Oh, hi, Grizz. Be careful in this room, please. No, don't break anything. I like
I'm
it.
just gonna grab the other side on the floor.
That's good, Chris. Stay still. Everything will be okay. Yes, Daya. That's
This conversation will be going on while Tanner's donning his armor as well.
perfect. A ring, Daya. Much like I like rings of power. Jewelry can do such great things. It seems. I'll briefly flaunt my ring of wishes, and I mean this one a little gift, but wing and power. Maybe it's time for me to acquire a second ring. And I imagine I would be able to put Hellidus under my thumb.
I suppose. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't. I guess I just don't want you to get your hopes up too much, you know?
He is a being of chaos and flame. He needs to be brought under brought under control. He needs to be he needs law applied. He needs to be
I think
shown course and direction.
I'm
I think
pretty
he might
sure
disagree with you.
Hellidus is definitely the birth of untamable.
Chris, this is a long shot. Would Ember know anything about iron flasks?
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay,
Not with a 13.
perfect. Good.
So I imagine the ring would be the best way to control a being of superior flame. Otherwise, maybe there are other options, but he should be fighting for us, Daya. He would be. I mean, it would be a prize of mine that I would cherish greatly. Having such a being under my control, that would be just most spectacular. Imagine.
You do realize how close we were to
Ganassi of
death.
flame riding aboard a being of pure elemental fire, a mount of sorts even. It would be fantastic.
You do realize how close we were to death last time we went down there.
You know how stronger we are now, Tanner. Look what we've done. Look what we've accomplished. We went to the Feywild, Tanner. We went to I'm a forge master. Think of the potential. You
Nearly died yesterday.
a flame can't burn flame, Tanner. He can't put me out. It's impossible for him. And he's primitive. He's unintelligent.
In the same way, you can't destroy him.
I don't
You
seek
need
to
to
destroy him. I seek
somehow
to
Control
enslave him.
And he didn't seem the least bit controllable the last time. He's a wild.
I
creature,
admit,
more
Daya, that I
powerful.
did have a setback.
Well, I suppose there's not much I can say that will convince you. Just well,
What are we trying to convince Ember of this time?
More pressing matters. No, never mind, Eridonis. This is nothing you need to worry about.
maybe you're right. I admit I don't know much about creatures like him.
Well, let me put it this way, Daya.
Fire
Would you feel?
elementals.
would you feel safer knowing that he's out there in the wild, casting a blaze upon any which creature or entity, or would you feel more comfortable knowing he's bonded to one ember cinderboard?
I'm pretty sure he's trapped in a volcano.
And honestly,
Yeah.
both of those sound like terrifying prospects.
I agree. He's as my understanding right now is that he's stuck underground and not able to hurt anyone. I'm happy to leave it as it is.
Very well.
If you find something that you believe can control him, where he won't be a danger to anyone, including yourself, then by all means have at it. Until
I
you
would
find
like
that
him to be a
thing.
danger to my enemies, Daya. That would be.
The thing with a creature like that is, I don't know that you can rely on its loyalty.
I would need no. Absolutely, you are 100% correct, Daya, and that's why instead of relying on loyalty in a more traditional sense, Tanner is a loyal guard of mine, a loyal shield, if you will. That is not how this relationship would work. He would be coerced, forced, even, or manipulated into obedience. It would be very different than relying on loyalty.
So you wish to bind a creature to your surface forcibly?
That's what I'm hoping this ring would allow me to do. Yes.
Well, there are.
A flame can be tamed, but it requires work, Eridonis. And a tame
That is
flame is
true.
a flame that follows law, that proceeds in an orderly direction instead of in a chaotic nature. It's safer for everybody.
There may be ways, but I feel at least without some form of aid, there is, as you say, a ring perhaps, though I would not try the ring you have.
Oh no, this is a different ring that we know of. Actually, Chris, do we even know of the ring? I think we learned of it somehow.
Do you mean the ring of the elemental one?
All I know is something about a ring that's being guarded by the dragons. The door that Tyro accidentally slipped through and then ended up being a crack and came out of, and then the dog.
You went through it the wrong way. Yeah.
I know there. All I
okay.
know is there's some kind of ring beyond that door that
Rumor.
involves elementals in some manner.
Yes, that is what you've heard as a rumor. You have yet to confirm it.
Yeah. So that's what I'm.
It's quite tightly locked down. You don't know whether it does really have something to do with elements or if it is indeed really a ring. You just know that there is a treasure being guarded there for sure.
Okay. Yes, Eridonis. That's all I know. Like I said, this is very much a future. Tanner just asked me, and y'all just kind of came in here at a time where Tanner and I were having a conversation. I appreciate your efforts. Zankiri, not so much. He wasn't eavesdropping and should have been.
I was just coming to invite you all to breakfast.
Also,
absolutely.
Zankiri,
Let's
did you know
walk and talk then.
strange in the night?
Hold on, guys, wait up. I'm only halfway through. This takes a while. Can somebody help me with my strips?
I'll assist Tanner with.
Yeah. Sorry, Tanner.
So I need to get ready for the day.
I'll cast Mage Hand and be completely useless in assisting. Like I might be able to pick up a gauntlet. Probably not.
You're holding.
But I'll pretend I'm helping, Tanner. I'm helping.
Oh, no. Can you bring it closer? I can't reach.
It's really heavy. I don't lift things, Tanner. That's for servants to do.
I'm still quite sore.
You'll come around. Those rats. I burnt them nicely for you. I wouldn't recommend eating them though. Even you, Grizz. Disgusting. You were saying about breakfast, Daya.
Yes, breakfast in the kitchen, not rats. Other things, including coffee.
Lizards. Tea.
I
Most
would
nice, Daya.
kill for a coffee.
Some beans and fried tomatoes.
Ooh.
Sounds wonderful. Let's go.
All right, come. Let's go and discuss what we're going to do today.
At that point, when you go to head out, when you hear a horrific scream in the distance.
What?
Oh
Where?
no!
And Kiri turns around and is like, "What?
What was that?
It came from It came from the other room.
Lead the way.
And it did. It was muffled, but it sounded very close.
Okay.
And it was a woman's scream, and you can hear a thumping sound, and like a door being like wrestled with. And as you see Zankeri rushing down,
I'll run after him.
turn around the corner.
Oh my
you
god, it's
see
gonna be Snurg.
there is a creature with decayed flesh. There is a humanoid figure
What
with
the fuck?
gnashing teeth trying to get through this door here, and you hear a woman screaming on the other side trying to close it. Help! Help!
I'll hit it with a firebolt.
Okay.
The
right
zombie
there.
or ghoul or whatever it is. Sure.
Turns on you, Ember.
Sure. So this is
Interrupt.
training. This is training to make sure I do everything right. We target, then we firebolt, right?
Yep.
So I hit him for the firebolt. Or
Yeah.
that much
It
damage.
immediately starts burning. Everyone smells the smell of burning flesh.
Wow, what
the
is
woman
that?
kind of falls back from the door, like panicked, as it like literally sets ablaze this thing. It rushes forward, trying to get towards you, but Zankiri jumps in the way.
Break it
He's going
down!
to shield bash him. Let's do his geode flail. Oh, bludgeoning damage. Yeah, that's going to do more. The geode is a heavy rock that's like pointed in every direction, and as it slams on the zombie's head, it cracks it off, and you see the creature just fall to the ground in a splatter of blood.
That thing!
What the hell?
Are you okay?
I'm gonna go into the
Yeah.
room. Are you all right?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, she
Uh,
looks weird.
Where did that? She does look weird. Where did that thing come from? Did you see
I
anything?
know. I heard it exploring at the door, and then I opened it. That thing was there.
Are you sure it didn't scratch you or bite you at all?
Um, uh, looks over herself. No, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay,
You
Dia's
look into the
gonna
corner of the
gonna do
room.
a
There is.
quick perimeter of the room. Yeah, just checking things out.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like it managed to get in here, but there is a very young girl who is laying down in a bed. She's actually unconscious right now. She seems to have somehow slept through this entire endeavor, but she's yeah, she's definitely breathing.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Is
she's very
is
young
she,
and
is she
tucked in bed.
okay?
Yes. Well, no, but she's unharmed if that's what you mean.
Well, I suppose that is what I mean. But are you here to get healing for her?
Yes, yes. The bone mother promised she would help her get better.
Hmm. Well, just stay. Be careful to stay in your room for now. There are things outside of this door, as you probably know,
Hmm.
that are dangerous.
Would
Um,
you like me to look her over? I'm versed in the healing arts. I might at least be able to help a little.
Um, um, she seems like a little bit hesitant, but before she does answer, the rest of you guys, including Iridanis, you can hear a clawing and a shambling sound coming from this door at the south. And
Hmm.
she hears it's like, uh, not if there's more of those things around.
right. Stay here,
Hmm.
and I will
I will
head out.
listen myself.
uh,
Sorry, what was that noise?
What do your elf eye see, Tanner?
What happened?
Tanner
I
just
don't
kind
know.
of turns around like, yeah, we don't want to go in there.
Why?
What is it? Chair with a class.
I counted about a lot.
A lot? Like more than 10?
I just kind of like creep the door like open just a pinch.
Yep. Agreed.
Oh
Yep.
shit.
Ah!
Roll initiative, everyone. This is a horde of zombies. This
It
isn't
is a
just a
horde.
single one.
Oh
Oh
boy.
god.
Oops, no.
They burst through the room, breaking your
Zombies!
flank here.
Left for
There are
dead
a lot
in
of
the,
Finally, something we can just kill.
Yes.
Game paused.
Yeah,
Feel
sorry, there you
free
go. To make sure
Oh,
you
there
weren't
we go. Sorry, I
jumping all
rolled
over
twice,
the
I
place.
think.
You know what? I wouldn't have mage armor because I didn't cast mage. Shit.
Okay,
I rolled so bad.
get behind me. Zenkeri charges in and tries to intercept this one coming for you, Ember. He's immediately going to bring.
That's what I
Jira
pay you
again.
for.
All right. Swings this heavy bludgeoning weapon towards it. Crack. See that it is super effective. Yep, cracks the zombie over the head, but it's still kind of like shambles around, dizzying after that's done. Let's see who's next. Couple of zombies. Love it. Go with this one. More of them pour in. So gets towards you, Tanner, and is going to attempt to strike out. They're pretty fast too. They aren't. They were shambling before. They're seeing like an entrance. They sprint forward, clawing the door open, and trying to strike at you with a
Miss.
swing. Sorry, that's a hit roll. Using the wrong one as well. All right. Okay. That's his go. Next one. One's on the floor. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the one that kind of burst through the door as you opened it a second time. This one's coming for you there, Di.
Oopsie.
Does it move past me?
It kind of already did in that space, so
Okay.
I'm rolling it. Yeah.
Protection on die.
Right. Ooh, that hits. Yep.
At disadvantage.
Is Di within 5 feet of you?
10 feet, remember?
Is the
Oh,
shield?
Yeah. Roll disadvantage. So it would have been a 13.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been a 13, so that's a miss actually. We undo that. So
Sweet.
just in time, Tanner
Thanks.
manages to stamp his foot down on the claw coming towards you.
Thanks, Tanner.
Alright.
I gotcha.
We got more. That's one at the back. Tries to clamber over his allies and push himself forward. It too will go for an attack on Tanner.
Miss.
As expected, your armor is proving very, very efficient in stopping pathetic, sluggish blows. Now, this one's kind of coming around here. This one will provoke an attack of opportunity, Tanner.
I can't do it because I've already used
Oh, yeah, you just used your action. That's fine. Okay. In
Hang
that
on.
case,
They have plus 10 to hit. What the fuck?
yep. These zombies seem jacked, but it's not enough to hit the swift, agile form of your monk here.
Thank
That's going to
goodness.
end those guys. Go, Ember, you're up.
All right, I will move. Oh, can't move. Why can't I move? What's going on? No door was found within Ember's reach. What does that mean? Okay, there we go.
No door.
5, 10, 15. Oops, sorry, 15 right there.
Yeah.
And I will use my daily racial reach of the blaze to incinerate these three, and unfortunately it's going to hit Tanner, but he's okay. Although he won't be fire resistant because of my
Do I have to make a dexterity saving throw?
yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Or hang on, how does this work? To the blaze.
Well,
Con is my
then-
casting ability for it. So yeah, DC 15 dex save.
DC 15
And,
dex save, and I can
yeah.
add my shield's modifier to my dex save thanks to Shield Master.
There you go.
And if I
Wow.
succeed, I take no damage.
Good. But Chris, I'm not seeing.
I don't make it.
Hang on.
Oh, in fact, hold
Are
on.
you casting Burning Hand?
Yeah, it's burning hands. I thought I had it on my spell sheet. Added.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Burning Hand.
Hang
is
on.
Burning Hand.
I'm the worst. Hang on. Create item. Create entry. Search. How do you
wanna
search
just
for a
drag Burning
spell?
Hands on there?
Yeah. If I'd
There you
like.
go.
Which number is it under? 1?
Yeah, it's a
2.
first level spell.
All right.
Let me
Yeah,
just...
there it is. Yeah, I did have it. Okay, so I select all 3 and then I click it. Is that how this works?
Yeah,
Or all
well,
4?
it should drop a template.
There was an error in your macro syntax. See the console F12 for.
Did you click Burning Hands, not Burning Hands Fire Genasi? Yeah.
Oh, where's Burning Hands? All I see is Burning Hands Fire. Oh,
I'm gonna delete the other one.
God damn it.
It should be just. It should be just on.
All I see is
first level
Shield, Mage
spell.
Armor, and Burning Hands Fire
Okay.
Genasi.
Close your sheet and open it again.
My character sheet?
And then you should see Burning Hands. I don't know. I just added it, so it should be there.
Okay. Burning Hands. There we go. Okay, cool. Click. Consume spell slot? No. Cast spell. Let's go. Place measure template. Alright, so how do I rotate it?
And it's scroll wheel to rotate it.
Cool. Oh, sweet. There. Oh, I can.
It looks like
Hit.
you can hit more than one.
Yeah. I will hit all of that. Click.
Nice.
Look at all that.
Ooh. Okay, that was a lot of deck saves. What did you get there, Tanner?
Not enough.
Okay. 12 fire damage is being spouted amongst the undead here.
Oh, thankfully I take half damage to fire anyway.
You do not,
Mm,
because of
from
Not
him.
me.
anymore.
Oh,
Yep.
Fortunately, I have Elemental Adept, so it's cookie time for you.
great.
Yeah, how about that?
And that'll
So
be.
you take 12. And I think
Sorry,
you clip this one to
Campbell.
the back here as well. Okay, nice. Yeah, you
Yeah.
roast all of these guys in front of you. There is a smell of burning flesh.
What are these
carpet-
things?
The carpet's roasted as well. They're all bloodied. Okay, nice. Anything else? You good there?
Yep, that's everything. Thank you. I don't want to
Cool.
trigger an attacks of opportunity, so I'll stay here.
No, I assume you wouldn't. Alright. It's one of the back. Joins in the fray. 10 is kind of surrounded. So instead, this one's going to move into Ember space and give you some heat back. Did I hit? Yeah, 20 to hit. Damn.
20 to hit? It hits, yeah.
Yep. These zombies don't seem like the sluggish ones you may have fought in the open. These
you need
guys are fast.
It says I
yeah,
need a concentration. What?
You do need to roll, but I don't think you're concentrating anything.
Yeah, I
don't
don't
worry
know
about
what that. Okay.
Okay, then let's go down the list. It's Eridanus' go.
Right, so
Get it off of me!
yeah, Eridanus. What would Eridanus do in this case? Because I'm trying.
They're all very, very weak, except this one.
Actually, Dyer, do you also take half or no damage on deck saves? Do you have that as a mark? I forget.
Evasion.
With
Evasion.
area of effect spells, yeah, like a fireball.
Okay, in which case,
The dex.
I
Yeah, that's what the dex.
then
And a
I
dex
am
base, yeah.
going to ice knife this one. That I'm
Okay.
targeting. Which I actually don't know how will work because it's both a template and a non-template.
I know
one,
it
so-
is, yeah. We'll just have to find out.
Okay, so let's.
You're gonna hit 5 zombies by the looks. That's a hit.
So,
Do I need to make a dex save?
Yeah, and then
And then it explodes afterwards.
yeah, and everyone within 5 feet needs to make a dex save.
Okay. Oh
Okay.
yeah, I'm fine.
Yep, you managed to dodge out of the way, getting the quick heads up from Eridanus. And the other zombies, natural 20, but somehow.
Yeah, and they take no damage
Fail.
if they succeed, I think. So that was
One,
fine
two.
anyway.
Okay, so only one succeeded there. How much damage did they take?
10.
16? 16?
No, 16 was what the main one took if it also failed its save, because it took 6, and then for those that failed the deck save, they take 10. Because it's 2d6.
Oh,
dice.
really? 10?
Yeah.
Damn, it's good job Ember warmed them up for you, because they were on 10.
Yep.
Ooh.
So that's gonna blast these couple here into the back. Shards of ice rip through their tendons, leaving them a pile of bits. After that,
And then
you-
as a bonus action, why not? I'm just going to cast Shillelagh on my staff.
okay, cool.
Bonus action.
Yeah, sure. All right. Is there any left? Oh yeah, there's one shambling at the back, kind of a straggler by the looks. He's not going to get much done as he's going to have to dash, get up there, and then die. It's your go.
This one here, is he moving? This one.
This
Where-
one
which
is
one-
left on
which-
like 1 HP here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a swipe at him then.
Okay.
Target this guy. And let's...
Whack.
Yeah, this gun. And is this one here still up as well?
Hold up. We
Nope.
have a winner. Undead
Ah,
Fortitude
they
kicks
made-
in. Gets back up.
What's undead fortitude? That's not good.
You turn around, you see that you completely brained him, and yet
Yeah.
he's still moving.
That's not good. All right, attack again. What the hell?
Yeah. Essentially, actually, I don't know if they would know this in character, so I won't say it, but
We'll see in a minute.
Whack.
Yeah.
11 bludgeoning.
11
Okay,
bludgeoning.
that time. That
Is
time
he
he's
s-
down and out.
Okay.
Yeah, you're like, God, I swear I killed that thing.
I swear, I swear I made a mess of that guy.
Alright.
almost
I'll
like he
look-
stitched himself back together or something.
Mm.
That was gruesome.
I will say though,
mm.
actually, as that happened, it was like a surge of electricity that kind of sparked them back to life. But yeah, you punched them down for
Oh.
the second time. That finished them.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this guy here still up?
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna move 10 feet and
Okay.
flurry of blows. I could do that, right? Move
Yes.
and then flurry of blows him? Okay. Oof. We're
So
rolling
you're
well
hit.
here. And do it again.
Yeah, he's gonna need one more. So
Oops, I may have forgotten to target him that time.
that's fine. I'll do his
I must make
console.
a constitution saving throw. Interesting. Oh!
Oh. Okay. Looks like your second punch was enough to literally punch a hole through his rib cage and punch out where his organs may have been. As you pull it out, he just looks down at the hole and just looks back up at you. There's a spark within inside of his belly, and he suddenly shows some signs of movement and twitching again. He's still standing.
What the fuck is this?
Sankiri,
okay,
have you
let's
seen
end
this
the game.
before? What are these? This is new.
They seem like some zombies that have got extra magic. I'm not sure.
Like
They
something
won't last
putting
long.
them back together. But if you
Well,
hit
they're-
them hard
they're
enough, it seems they don't come back.
They're easy to
finally-
hit at least, but good gracious.
Yeah. Finally, Tanner.
Ooh, I get a turn.
Yeah.
All the way down here. Cool. So I'm going to turn first on this one in front of Ember and bring my sword down.
Okay.
Bra. 16 to
That
hit.
will hit.
Oh, sorry, I should have targeted. My bad.
That's fine. That's the first damage he's taken, so a bit more.
Cool.
It's going to be
Perfect.
required.
And second.
A little crystal.
Bra.
Nice.
10
sword
damage.
swing
Nice.
animation.
Yep.
Okay, let me roll his con save. Where's Grizz in all this? Oh, sorry, guys. Covered. All right, jeez. That's
Uh,
that is a kill though on this one.
it
Okay.
is. Cool.
Yeah, as this one dies, I'm just
Yep.
gonna let something else happen instead.
Mm-mm.
It looks like the spark in his chest tries to reanimate him, but because you sliced it open, it instead explodes outwards from it.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
With a shock. It is zapping everyone in a 5-foot radius. I'd like
Ah.
Ember and Tanner to roll deck saves.
Right.
God.
Not knowing how much damage this is going to do, I'm going to give. You know what?
Ooh,
I'm gonna give Ember the wheel, so he has a D6 on his. And I'll
Okay.
roll that.
And I
remember
would be
you're also
within
dex.
10 feet of Cam as well, yeah. Oh, that's a
Yes.
good one. So that goes 5, 11, 14 total, Chris.
14. All right.
And that's a 19 for me, Chris.
19 is a pass. And 20
Yeah.
is a pass. 14, however, is not a pass. It's not a pass, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's it's simply a jolt, but not enough to maybe like seriously damage you. But 6 points of lightning damage to
Alright.
Ember and Tanner. Do you have shield mask?
I do,
No.
yes.
Okay. Does that give you
So-
advantage on dex saves?
No, so it
If
gives
you pass,
me
you don't take
a. It allows me to add my shield's AC to my save,
Yep.
and if we succeed, do we take half damage?
Normally.
So I will use my reaction and take nothing.
Okay, there it is. Nice. Okay, that will finish off the zombie's life.
And can
yeah.
you confirm, is this one still alive?
No, that one's dead.
That one's dead. Oh, okay. So for
There's like 2 left, I think.
for my bonus action, I'm also going to use my shield master again and shunt this one.
Okay. Strength then?
I just push back 5 feet.
Yeah, is it like a contested though?
I don't believe so. I will pop it in the chat so you can see.
The bonus action just shoves.
If you take the attack action on your turn, you can use your bonus action to try and shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield.
So shove the contested.
Oh, is it?
still.
It's a contested. Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah,
sorry.
you make
I misread that.
You make an athletics checks contested by either their
Yeah, sorry, I
reflex
misread.
or acrobatics.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, you do manage to do it.
You
Shoving
also
it
have,
back.
you
really
also have the
falls over.
option to knock them prone with a shove attack.
That's true.
Yeah?
Yeah, you
If
could
you
do
want
that.
to
Do you want him
instead of
prone, or
moving.
do you want him prone, or do you want him 5 foot away? You want to shove the do that if you want.
To be fair, he's probably just gonna get up and walk back over to me. So yeah, I think knocking him prone might.
All right then.
No, I kind of like pushing him away and just closing the door.
Alright. Okay, cool. All right then. With a free action, you can close the door. Now end your turn.
Nope.
Tankiri is not gonna try and finish this one that he started on, and that Dyer has punched like twice now. I don't want this thing to die. With this finally turning him to just paste on the floor, a heavy geo just fucking splat.
Oh.
Okay, and then yeah,
We got graphics,
Alright.
people.
God, one left.
I
Ah,
feel like I need to get a weapon made of water now, or somehow water themed. I feel left out.
Yeah,
You
it's
like
a
the,
rinse.
the G oil. Daya has been admiring it this whole encounter. Actually, like, oh, wow, very nice.
Yeah, I think Ember, you're up, buddy.
I'll target this one, and I will just simply firebolt him. Too complicated.
I think this is the
This
one
is
that made the
awful.
pass. Oh fuck. Okay, that will probably put him out of his misery. I'm just gonna roll another con save, but
I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 back in the corner.
yeah, that charred him. All right, that ends his life, charring his body in the corner. All right, then, and I think before anyone else,
Come on.
yeah, that is
Tastes like
it's
salt.
Eridanus to go.
Mine.
Eridanus, you'll go.
Alright,
Yep.
well, the door's closed now, so one,
There is,
two,
but you can
three.
hear something on the other side, like clawing at it.
Alright, I'm just gonna stand here readying my shillelagh for when it comes through the door, then I'm just gonna whack it.
That's how. Go ahead, target this one.
Right, yep, there,
Oh, oh, he dodged. He dodged your targeting.
oh, well, I've got the other one.
Yeah, he's quickly sidestepped.
Shillelagh court staff, go!
Oh, flip. Yeah, that's a good hit. All right, sending bits of cranium scattering across the chamber, but he's still standing. And afterwards, he's going to make a quick slap at you. I doubt he can hit though.
He might be able to hit me. I don't have very good AC.
Lamb for 28. Yeah, 4 bludgeoning.
Right, let's see if I maintain my saving throw. Which
Okay.
is for Shillelagh says, you know.
Yep. What's next?
Ow.
Oh yeah, diet. Can
Okay.
finish off the fight.
Yep. And whackety whack. Target.
The one.
17 for
Oh.
17 points.
It stumbles back. It looks like it just needs a light breeze to end
And
it.
2.
Bludgeoning. That's a nice bludgeoning, and it looks like the shock isn't enough to animate it. But I will once again be mean and have it burst with electricity, and have Eridanus and Tana make another deck save, please.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oops.
you make it.
Oof.
Sorry,
Oh, no.
that was a skill, not a save. Let me try again.
Oh yeah, it was.
Okay, 17.
So like,
And then
what you
we've also
normally
got
get? Plus
Tanner's
3.
bonuses.
I'm gonna take your original dice rod, but just add 3. So you
Okay.
got
It's
14, which is just under. So you do
But
take
then,
4 points
but
of
then
lightning
we'd
damage.
also get Tanner's
But I would
bonuses,
only
Yeah.
take
Oh, yeah.
half of that,
That's true.
so I only get 2.
No, you take nothing because Tanner is right
Oh.
next to you,
Hello.
and he gives you that aura. All right, with the last little burst of electricity, anyone who passed just takes 2 points. It's a light singe or a light static shock, but that's about it. After
Okay.
that, combat is
waste
over.
for nat 20 for my shillelagh. It's like, I'm very confident in my shillelagh.
True.
All right.
Okay. with that over.
Diaz would like to peek through the door and go, anybody else? Anybody else? All right, I think we're good.
What the hell were those
Right.
things?
Well,
Where did they come from?
zombies, but using electricity almost as close.
Dr. Garol's creations, obviously. Yeah, I'm a lunatic.
Who?
Have we
Chris,
seen
why
him use
were-
lightning before? That was new. I'm pretty sure.
Almost like a
I've
spark
seen
of
you
life.
use it. He had these
Yeah.
big like metal machines and stuff, and
Mm.
there was big arcing lightning.
Oh
sound.
dear, that's not good.
Right.
I wonder what
Huh.
this Grizz. You should ask her. What's her name, anyways? What was your name? Why is Dr.
Yeah.
Garol sending zombies after you?
Well, Eridanus is first going to just sort of be like, oh, Eridanus sort of rushes over, is about to say something when you say that, and it's like, also, I hope you're okay. We've driven them off. Well, killed them.
I hope she's okay. She is okay. Look, we saved the day.
Much better. My name is Gwennon. This is my daughter, Mally. She's been sick, and I've hoped the Baba Yaga could help her.
Well, if it's a sickness, I might be able to do something if you let me look her over.
Yeah. Yes. Sure.
You take her,
Okay,
take her to Dr. Garul for what? Why were his zombies coming for you? Child.
Go
Who
from
knows?
whilst the conversation is going on, I'm gonna start. I'm pretty sure that druids can do this. Please say I have ritual casting as a druid. I'm
You
sure
do,
that's
yeah.
rich. Then I'm gonna start ritually casting detect poison and disease.
Then that. Go with this.
Oh,
Okay.
I suppose
Ritually casting poison, detect poison.
Mm-hmm. And disease.
Mm. Okay.
while he's doing
You
that,
detect.
oh, sorry.
Yeah. No. Cast it into the chat for us if you could.
Yep. But can is concentration, so it would enter shillelagh. I am not using a spell slot. I'll place the measured template. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Having-
Ah, really?
What?
That spell made everyone disappear?
Oh
It
no.
shouldn't be. But you didn't
Yeah.
need to cast a measured template though. Not for detect magic or detect poison rather.
Yeah, it asked me to put one, but that did do the thing. So,
That's weird because I've definitely not got a hot seat observer on. So
yeah, so I will just put that into the chat. There we go.
okay. And what was you going to do whilst this is happening, Ember?
I was just gonna try to get. Tanner, make sure the child's not squinted. Never mind. Everything.
Oh, slightly losing you there, Derek.
Sorry.
Slightly losing you. It sounds like net side.
Check,
There
check,
we go.
1, 2.
Am I
Yeah, you're good. I can hear
okay?
you.
I don't know. Yeah, I have been having internet problems. It seems like I was lagging earlier too. So,
Okay.
Tanner,
Okay.
just make sure everything. This is kind of unusual, no? Something suspicious here. Why would? What's your business with Dr. Garul? He's very dangerous.
I, he seems interested in me for the most part. Uh,
Maybe you've been having the same kind of dreams as our friend here.
maybe.
Oh no,
Yeah.
as in to the child.
You look over to the child, and Eridanus is deeply concentrating the 10-minute ritual.
Oh no, weirdly it was just I'm gonna redrag on heck.
Then you earth tremor the poor girl.
No, that was just me testing the template thing.
That'll wake her up.
Actually, that one
What?
didn't even ask me for a template for some reason. I thought that one would.
And one bludgeoning is enough to kill her. But
No,
no.
I actually didn't know. Testing features.
No. That's alright. I'll never happen. Anyway, the moment your ritual fully completes is the moment when your eyes open wide to see a greenish aura all over the covers of this bed.
Ugh.
It's
it's
almost like
not-
a smoky, sickly gas, but no one else can see this. Just you. You kind of like detect. And you know what type of poison it is?
Yeah.
It is an oil of agate, I think. Let me print. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I know the poisoning
Tadjit?
question.
Okay. In
Hmm.
that case, it is a contact poison. When a creature is subjected to it, you must make con save or become poisoned. Whilst poisoned, they're unconscious. And funnily enough, if someone does do an earth tremor on them, they do wake up.
Really?
Yeah. If they take damage, yeah.
Well, in which case, I'm gonna look and be like, okay, it appears that your child is under the effect of a quite potent poison, one I'm at least familiar with. But Actually, Chris, um, can I roll to see if I know how long this normally lasts? Because I know how long it normally lasts, but I don't know if Eridanus would, if that makes sense.
It can normally last up to 24 hours, but if they're in constant contact with it or a prolonged exposure,
So is it
then maybe
seemingly
longer.
like the oil is on the bed itself as well?
Yep,
Like it's.
on the covers.
I look to her and then I just sort of think for a moment, and then trying to sort of behind my back to some extent, I'm going to try to make a gesture to Ember to cast message to me, which I don't know exactly what that would look like in my head.
How would that look? But
just like
Hang on one
maybe
second.
like I'm
Okay.
imagining him just sort of like points at Ember, does like a flappy hand sort of thing, like to be like symbolize a mouth, then point at himself.
All right, I will spend days. I will use a sorcery point to do this, and
Mm-hmm.
cast message. Using a sorcery point to make it a subtle spell, so that she does not observe me doing this.
Yeah.
And I will
Oh.
say, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
The bed's poisoned. It's constant in contact with the child, keeping her in this state. I think she's here for something other than what this woman says, but I don't know. And then, can I look at the woman and see if I can, like, well, roll insight, basically. I want to try to get an idea of exactly how she's feeling to someone perhaps noticing this or might be noticing something like this. That makes sense?
Yeah, you can roll a perception check. Sorry, insight.
Okay, just a sec. If it's perception, it'd be even better. I'm just checking something. Do I count as a creature I can see?
What? Sorry. Yes.
Because,
I
well,
think
it's
so.
just that, like, cosmic omens, whenever a creature you can see within 30
Oh.
feet of you. So I'm not sure if I can use that on myself.
I see. Kind of wording is a little bit odd. I think it is meant to be something you can see.
Okay, in which case I will do this. I will use a use of this to give myself an extra 5. For some reason, that rolled as Nissa rolling it. Maybe because I didn't have myself targeted. Whatever. But doesn't matter.
Yeah,
And then I'm going
probably.
to roll the.
The
Okay,
Nissa within
28.
you. It's the Nissa within you guiding you as the star of the archer fires an arrow straight from your eyes to hers, and you squint, making sure you pick up on every single one of her words. She did seem hesitant to say, like, not to maybe. She was like, yes, okay. Normally, if someone wanted the best for their child, you'd expect them to immediately be like, yes, of
Okay.
course. But she did seem very hesitant.
Right, then Aqua's going to try to play this. So, looks to her and goes, okay, she's been afflicted by quite a powerful poison. It's possible that from her sweat, residue has soaked into her sheets and made them unclean and not suitable for a patient recovering. If we move her to the other bed and then get this one cleaned, then I can attempt to heal her.
Yes, of course. Shall I?
Yeah. She's your child, so I'll allow you to do, and I'm watching her like a hawk as she does this, just like.
Okay.
Same here, by the way. Having
Alright. He's gonna something real quick. Okay. She doesn't do a very good job of not touching the covers. She tries to pull her daughter out, and you can see that her arms do graze against it. And she pulls out the young girl and places her inside the other bed. But the thing you do notice is, of course, she
starts
doesn't seem to be
feeling-
affected.
She's not affected.
No.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
one of the demons or some shit, man.
Right. I'm going to walk over, and as I walk over, I'm going to look, just sort of give the others a look out of the corner of my eyes, just like be sort of ready.
Mm.
And then, right, I'm going to attempt to heal her. And I'm going to cast, because Lesser Restoration on her.
Okay, that will work. She starts to come to. Her eyes are like moving under the eyelids, and they do seem to flutter open for a moment. Goes with one hand to her mouth as if yawning. She's looking around, but the creature formerly known as Gwyn is looking around the room and saying,
What
um,
is your?
I can't believe it. You've brought her around. She's
Yes.
healed.
Tanner, don't let this one out of your sight. Tanner.
I look to the child and like, excuse me, young miss. Do you
Where am I?
is this your mother? And sort of
Where?
points to the woman.
She looks up and goes, huh? She kind of looks confused and goes, you remember me, don't you? Your mother. And
Tanner.
she kind of looks a bit freaked out, like, no.
Tanner.
Wait, you're not my mum? And she kind of like gets a bit creeped out.
Right.
Yep.
Who are you?
Gaia
And she
moves to
gets
the
scared.
bed by the child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a sigh from this woman. She says, you are a nuisance. You know that.
I'm holding a spell for if she reaches towards the child.
I would also.
Poking your noses where they don't belong.
Your ruse is pretty pathetic. I could have done so much better. That whole zombies. Yeah, okay, sure.
Ember, don't brag about being able to be more of a villain than the villain.
Good point. But you always want to be
But-
better than
But
this kind of pathetic shit. So what's the
now-
point of this?
Yes, what is your point here, Gwen, or whatever your real name is?
Oh, my real name? Well, we've already met. It's
Have
good
we?
to
Toe
see you
stealer!
all again. No. You see her skin pull away, as if like it's literally a skin suit, and as it does, it pulls into like this dusty webbed green robe,
Huh?
and she flacks it off. And as she turns around, you see it is Agatha.
Oh, look who it is.
Yes, long time no see.
Well, I was kind of wondering when you'd show up.
Literally, long time never see. I've never met you.
That is probably why I didn't suspect you to have such annoying powers.
And what's with the kid? Is this Sinvala's replacement? A new trainee? A new and
The girl is screaming, by the way, like in fear at the sight of her just pulling her skin off.
Yeah.
She's like, ah, she's crying.
this is
Yeah.
this is your newest recruit then.
Gaia's gonna reach out and just try and comfort the child,
Or-
and let the others deal with Agatha.
Yeah. Let
A
me guess,
recruit?
or
Yeah, I mean the coven needs to
Hmm.
grow, right? You start with a young girl, and she grows into what the hell ever you are.
or is she something else? You
It
see
really
the
doesn't
question
matter
that's
what. It doesn't matter if you know or not. This is under our protection.
I mean, I imagine Natasha and Eleanor were taken under similar circumstance. This is probably, your next project. No longer my concern. I don't mean to meddle in your affairs. We have our own business to take care of. This is a bit of a misunderstanding, I think, at this point.
Good. Yes, please. Take a page out of Ember's book and would you kindly leave?
No, I
Yeah,
don't think so. I think we
I,
will return this child to her family. You
I,
can't
I
just
don't know.
kidnap people.
Well,
Edna? No, no. Her parents made a promise a long time ago.
oh.
You don't
What?
think they're simple thieves, do you?
I don't know what to think of you, but as you've spent time keeping a child in a perpetual state of poison by poisoning her bed, I think very little of you.
It
Quite.
is simply to keep her calm, keep her peaceful. She was dreaming quite peacefully until you disrupted it.
Which
Uh,
means that she's not here of her own volition. And no matter what arrangement her parents made, I don't cotton to slavery. So you'll let her go. There are plenty of people who'd be willing to join you in exchange for whatever it is that you offer. Let's just rethink our recruiting methods, shall we?
Unless there's a reason you need a young child in particular. If it's as Ember said, then for indoctrination perhaps, but if it's other means.
Why
I
the
don't much
ruse?
care at this point.
I guess you don't need to fear zombies. You're obviously more powerful than them. Why are you? Why the whole screaming and the whole help me?
Why
You're
trying to force deception on us?
because, theories, you do not understand what has transpired. You do not understand that promises made cannot be broken.
Yeah, Daya.
I'll point at Daya and cast message.
And Daya, I know it's one child, but it's just one child. This is getting us in a lot of trouble, Daya. I think we should leave.
I think one child is worth making a fuss over. Otherwise, what are we here for? And so
Not a child, Daya.
I'm putting the child behind me now. Agatha?
You're currently taking away from Baba Yaga. She learns about this.
And how she's going to learn of it if we put you in the ground.
Hmm, that sounds like a
Eric
threat.
Honest, I really don't
Who
think you
even
know what you're
are
saying
you?
right now.
Who
I'm
even are you?
Please, Agatha. My companions are speaking out of turn. They don't know what
You shut up. You have no voice here, treating a child's life like it's nothing.
I'm not treating it like it's nothing, but there's bigger things in play here.
Oh no, no. That life is very precious to us.
Yes, and I want to know why. Explain to me why, and perhaps everything can be sorted, but the fact you're keeping secrets makes me think you're up to something no good.
You wouldn't understand the way of our kind. What we need to do to survive. What
Try
we need
me.
to do to continue our work.
Oh.
Well, explain it to
Hmm.
us then. What work requires you to steal a child?
Not steal, as
What
I've mentioned.
what what ritual or whatever requires you to make a deal for a child's life? Better?
They asked for. Whether it be power, wealth, it matters not. They ask for something. We asked for something in return. It's a transaction, a promise, a
Yes.
pact.
What
And-
kind of transaction with the Markovs?
What is the purpose of this pact from your end? What are you getting out of it besides a child? Why is
Yeah.
this child important?
Hang on, no. No, we're
What do you need
asking
a
the
child
wrong
for?
question. You said they asked for something and you asked for something in return.
Yes. Their
What in the
firstborn
hells
daughter.
did her parents ask for?
That is of no concern to yours.
I think
not
it
going
is.
to-
I'd very much
not
like
going
to
to-
know, and I'd like you to tell me. I command you to tell me.
That's confidential information between clients.
I don't
And-
think you heard me correctly. I
Ah.
command you to tell me.
Better roll a command then, hadn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Mike's
And
not immune.
he's gonna roll wisdom, but let me just. Nope,
It's not a charm.
can't shake that one. All right. So you're commanding her to tell you
The
what
pact.
they wanted.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. let's see here. She kind of definitely stops in her mid sentence. She stops protesting and trying to argue her case. And she eventually spills the beans, I suppose. Although, what's your exact words? Just tell me. Is that right?
Yeah. I command you to tell me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He says, this particular individual, they requested they requested a position of power. They wish to climb the ranks of a certain organization.
So, you have influence in these organizations outside the hut. Interesting. But still, the question is, why do you need a child?
Well,
Because based on your wording, it doesn't seem like this is someone you plan to train. It is something for you and your kind to gain from. And I see little of what you can get from a child.
Like you said before, you already answered your question. You said recruitment. You can
I
roll
don't-
an insight check if you wish.
yeah.
Yep, definitely
yeah.
going for that one. Good on the insight. I'm so happy with insight today.
Good lord, no rolls. Natural
Nice.
2. Okay. There's a very clear, obvious line of wording going on here. And she's using your words effectively to dodge it. But you know that Faye can't necessarily tell an outright lie. They're
Yeah.
trying to dodge around, and recruitment, it sounds like a half truth. It's not the full
Yeah.
story. But it is not a lie. It is a recruitment, but in what sense and how that process develops, you're not really sure. But it definitely seems like a half a story. And she's deliberately keeping the words short as to maybe not have to go into details. So she's just saying, yes, as you said, recruitment.
Okay.
I'm
This-
going to
Yeah,
place a
go
hand
for it.
behind my back, and after seeing what Eridanus did earlier, I'm just going to do the same thing to Ember, just the mimicking of mouth.
Whilst
Uh,
I can
that's
mimic.
As in,
You know, I can mimic
ask.
too as well.
No, as it.
like
She's a
he's
mimic!
doing it
Kill her!
behind his back so
Oh.
that they can't see, so trying to gesture to Ember to cast the
Yeah.
spell too.
Yeah.
She sees it though.
Regardless, I will spend a sorcery point again and cast a subtle spell message and point at Tanner. Oops, I did not want to. What the fuck is going on? Why is it trying to cast Burning Hands? Problems. There we go. Spend a sorcery point and Tanner, we really shouldn't be worrying about this. And I'll point. I won't point at Tanner. I'll just sorcery point and cast message.
Yep.
So you'll hear that.
She's deep in Baba Yaga's inner circle.
No shit!
We can't take this.
This is not our problem, Tanner!
We can
This is
come
not-
back for the child later.
Correct! If ever! No, not our problem!
I think out convincing the right person.
No,
Yeah, Eric?
I'm trying. Send my message to the others.
Ah, okay. You can do that if you like, Ember.
Yeah.
What did you want to happen? Sorry,
I-
Cam.
Basically,
send
send
my
Tanner's
me-
message to me and Dyer.
Send my message to the others.
My God, you're killing my sorcery points here, buddy.
All
All right.
Be
I'm
honest,
sorry.
I think,
In fact, well, in that case, I will just. In that case, yeah, don't worry. I'll just turn around and say, "You're right. Perhaps we're a little in over our head. We're sorry to intrude. However,
Terribly sore.
No, we're not.
Don't,
What are you going to do with this child?
as
Dial,
this
we-
conversation is going on, can Eridanus try to speak with Kasarask into the Periath, like mentally?
could we do that in a
One thing at a time.
bit? Yeah. Sorry, James. Like,
Okay.
let's not
Yeah.
jump the gun. I'll turn to Dia and say, let's take a walk. Let's go and have breakfast. We need to clear our heads. Remember, we've got a long day
Absolutely,
ahead of
everything's
us.
okay here.
No,
I will.
don't leave me alone with them.
I'm not going to leave you alone with her.
She will be
And
fine.
well, I understand that it may be prudent to leave this child alone.
I might
but
have
I
something
don't
about
think
tomatoes
I
indeed!
don't intend to
Tomatoes
do that.
indeed!
Well then,
Come,
Agatha, maybe if you would allow us to at least give the child a meal, and you can join us. Perhaps you don't have to enslave this child through fear. How does
I
that
never
sound?
meant fear upon the poor girl.
Well, then maybe poisoning wasn't the right way about it. Maybe you can
did this
right
child
some
have
wrongs
any
of
say in
yourselves.
what happened to her? I
You
don't-
say poison as if it's such a harsh thing. It is simply a sedative.
Dia, I don't think the child had any word in it, but her parents
Exactly.
had plenty.
Yes,
I
and
don't
her
remember.
parents didn't have the right to do that to her.
I
Whether
don't
or
think
not
so either.
whether or not they made a bargain, they're bargaining with someone else's life that was not theirs to give.
And even if
She seems to hold on to you tightly, though. As
Yeah,
you're saying these words.
I've got her wrapped around me. I'm wrapping my arms around her.
Very well. Have it your way. We'll go to the kitchen. Yes. all together.
Very well.
Sounds a lot of fun. Yeah, it's the
Perhaps
kitchen,
we can
sure.
negotiate for something else.
Hmm. It's with the coven you will have to negotiate.
I
But-
really don't want to do that. Oh God.
As she leaves out
piling up the
the
bodies.
If need be.
as she leaves out the room first, I'll kind of like sidelong over to Daya. Say, I know it's a rash decision. However, she's, as I said to Ember, she's within the inner circle with Baba Yaga. She is definitely
So
not
what,
one.
Tanner? I thought you were on the side of the light here. This is
Of course
kidnapping.
I am.
This is slavery.
I'm not
You
saying we
can't be
give up on her.
serious
I'm not
that we're just
saying
gonna let this go.
I'm not saying we're going to give up on her. I'm saying there's still time. But I think acting rash and possibly ruining our chances of finding anything within the hut from here on out, we need to be patient. The child
And what
is
happens
healed.
to this girl while we're doing our other things?
I guarantee she won't end up like the others that we found in the museum.
Can you guarantee it? It's not up to you. It's up to Agatha. Unless we do something about it. This can't be a line that we cross, Tanner. Surely you know that.
I fear for our safety as well. I don't think it's... If we attack the inner circle, the coven, that is going to put our heads straight to the top of Baba Yaga's list. And this is her domain. We don't have friends here, Daya. We need to watch our back at every corner. We need to find somebody who understands. Somebody who thinks alike like us.
Okay.
But this isn't an easy task for any of us. But what you're thinking of doing right now, the child is going to be the last of your worries.
I'm not suggesting we attack Baba Yaga or her coven. I'm suggesting we find a third way out other than letting this child be taken.
I would
If
love
we can
for
work that would be a nice compromise.
Why do you think I suggested breakfast?
Okay. I just want you to understand where my limits are.
And I'm on your side 100%. I hope you know that.
I hope so.
But I have to think of you and the others.
Alright.
Shall we go for breakfast? Shall we take a break?
Yes, please, so I can eat my dinner.
Yeah. Wow, that was
That
shit.
was good.
Are you
That was good roleplay, guys. That was good.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
Good stuff, guys.
Mm,
Yeah,
Alright, we'll be right back in a bit.
Yep. Right.
Awesome.
Cool.
Be right
Ember
back.
just went majorly down in everything. This is like, oh,
we are back, and the party have made their way to the kitchen. Cautiously. They're still in the presence of Agatha, and you have kept a hold tight on Mally as she has been by your side. And I think Grizz, whilst on the walk, might have had a moment to say, you know, I was once your age, and I was scared too. Didn't know where I was. Didn't know who I was. Didn't know anybody. But you learn to trust someone eventually. You learn to make friends. We'll look after you until you're feeling a bit more comfortable. Okay? And you see the little girl kind of just nodding. She's still kind of wiping away some of the tears. And yeah, Grizz just walks alongside Dyer all the way until you get to the actual kitchen where he sits either side of her and Dyer. He's just
Before
kind
they
of
get to the
sat in
kitchen,
the middle.
Dia would actually like to quietly whisper to Mally, like, "What's the last thing you remember? Were you at home?"
I remember. Yes, I was home and there was a barking. I heard a dog whining. They sounded hurt. I went out to see if they were needed help. It was dark, but I followed the the dog and I remember finding them, and then it all went blurry. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the last time you saw your parents?
That would have been. They tucked me into bed, and that was the last time they saw me. They were. I think they read me a story before bed, and then that's when I went to sleep. She does still look very drowsy, in fact. Like big
Yeah.
kind of like rings under her eyes. Her hair is kind of still a bit of a fuzzy mess.
Are we in
I'm
the
laying
kitchen, by
down.
the way?
Okay.
Yeah, you're just entering.
Okay. I was going to say, because I can't see.
Come, Wendy! We're hungry! What's
I
cooking?
can't see anything. Oh wait, over there. Maybe.
So Agatha speaks up and says, "As you can see, the others are still trying to stay safe. It's not good to go wandering around whilst that shadowy creature is still about. The one that, you're responsible for."
Nobody here! No one's cooking! What kind of kitchen is this?
And I would like to say that I'm not responsible in any way. I was not in the hut at the time.
You're not going to get normal table service when the heart is in disarray.
This is terrible!
And that is why I was staying with the child, making sure she was safe.
And why were you doing that in disguise, I wonder?
There are other guests in the hut, especially in the guest quarters. Best not to raise any alarm. Why are there two tenants?
And number two, you've taken my seat! Get out of here!
I can't see anybody.
That's called a refresh. That is.
Or you might be. I was scrolled quite far over. If you scroll to the right.
Nope. I was looking at the kitchen, but that's why I dragged my token on, because there were no tokens.
Oh, is it doing that? Okay. Try clicking the measurement controls and then click the token
I've
controls and
already
press the left.
refreshed.
It's already refreshed.
Keep going.
Okay. But you saw how she reacted.
Who? The child who reacted? What?
Look, it doesn't matter. But if you wish to, what was the word, bargain? Then you'd best be talking to Baba Yaga herself, not me. I'm merely a caretaker.
This
You're doing
means
great
that
work.
Baba Yaga is the one who sent you to take this child?
I did not
Made the
take her.
arrangements? Hmm? Then
I
who?
simply looked after her once she arrived.
And who brought her here?
One of her many servants,
Hmm.
as a favor. You might have been asked to do a similar mission if you wanted something. Speaking of which, what has Baba Yaga asked you to do exactly?
So
Well,
far, nothing.
I know, never met her.
Ah,
we were
I recall
successful in.
that she was asking several of you to find cracks, leaks in the hut. Wasn't that what you was tasked with?
That was for Tyro to do.
Oh,
Hmm.
wasn't he part of your... Well, it seems as though Tyro hasn't been seen in a while. Unfortunately, he's not
Fell
the
into.
first wizard to fall in the gap.
I was gonna say, fell in a crack of his own. I think.
Indeed. It's a treacherous place, this. Held together with magic that not most wizards don't understand.
Yes, that was why we were thinking of going to try to speak to Terrig to get some further understanding. Perhaps understand what these cracks are in case they're important in dealing with the Shadow Beast.
Well, if I was Baba Yaga, that's exactly what I'd be telling you to do.
An interesting way of phrasing that. What would you do if you were you?
What Baba Yaga would tell me to do.
Hmm. I've been wondering, and this is not a reflection of you at all, but there are so many more powerful magic users than this group of us. Why have none of you taken care of this creature?
It seems as though it evades us. But the problem really comes down to the fact that Twilight was one Baba Yaga's most, well, I would say most powerful, but it seems Knight has proven himself a little bit more recently. So let's just say one of. But he is, how do we say, quite gifted. Maybe cursed in a way. Baba Yaga's cursed, of course. And in order to best that creature, it would be like besting the Bone Mother herself.
I'm not sure I understand. This
Hmm.
creature is part of the Bone Mother?
Not
No,
part of it,
I
but
think
it is
what
under
she's
their wing. It is like... she comes over to you, Tanner, uncomfortably close. And she points with a gnarled finger. Tanner, Tanner's armor, Tanner's sword, Tanner's shield. This Dawn, Night, and Twilight are like the armor, the sword, and the shield. See?
so they are like almost like tools to be used, perhaps living equipment.
Hmm. She commands them. They are effectively hers to do with what she wishes. But they are her most powerful tools.
Even more powerful than yourself?
She looks at you from a side glance and says, I am on the same level, shall we say?
But perhaps that level is elsewhere rather than being like that, I suppose.
Not to mention, my powers are not to be exhausted. And you can roll an insight check if you want to know what that meant.
Hmm.
And I guess, Di, you
Oh,
can
that
also
was
roll
the
an insight
wrong
check for the
dice entirely. I take
Intimidating.
2 for it.
I
There
would
we go.
like to, but I seem to have been disconnected, and I
You might
can't
need to
get back
refresh.
on. I'm trying. It's saying to check
18th.
proxy and firewall. Oh,
And
here
you
we
can
go.
roll in anyone else who wants to roll an insight. But I especially picked
Yeah.
up on Di trying to scrutinize the fact that she said if she was Baba Yaga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me reload.
Wait. I think I've just got what that is.
Okay.
Oh.
Eridanus, you get the idea that if her powers are exhausted, that's something bad. That she needs to retain them for something else, or because they don't come back? Question mark. Well, James, aren't you a little? Aren't you a little?
Can I roll an Arcana
What's happening?
check?
What is
I don't
happening?
know. I don't know. Something's happened.
Secret.
James figured something out.
Okay, while this is happening, I'm gonna feed Ivan some meat from the back here, because he looks
Hey,
hungry.
I was waiting for you. Feed me
I got
something.
you, buddy. I got you. No problem. Just have some of this big flank here. I'll grab that hawk, that big hawk with the
Yeah, cheers, bro.
Would
He starts chewing in, and at the
Would-
same time he starts pooping out.
would Eridanus know what that means? Like what I know?
Yeah, you're gonna have to roll an Arcana check. DC,
Okay.
DC
Really
pretty
high.
high.
Okay.
DC 17.
Do I
Okay.
want to be
I'm
my
rolling
last use of the
insight
day?
13 on insight. Not great.
You're not sure what she meant by if she was Baba Yaga, but the more confusing thing was when she said, when you asked, well, what would you do if he was you? And she said, what Baba Yaga tells me to. That just
Mhm.
showed that she has no self, like, worth, I guess, in a way. She's completely devoted to following Baba Yaga. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, utmost loyalty, like unquestionably loyal. Other creatures, other denizens in the huts, have had their own little, what do we say, motivations, their own ulterior motive. But she seems devout. There's no questioning that she is 100% under Baba Yaga's wing.
Okay.
That's all you can make out. And that's, I would say the same to you, Tanner, with your 17. That's what you can make out, is she is unquestioning in Baba Yaga. In fact, to the point where it's almost like she's under her own command spell, right? Like you did command her earlier.
Hmm.
Almost to that extent. So, real question is, what do you really have to offer for the for the child? You haven't got anything that you wish to bargain?
I suppose it depends on what you want the child for. Do you want an apprentice? Do you want a sacrifice? Is she just meat to you? We have a number of things we can do.
You say that as she kind of glances over the table with the hatchet, and you see Ivan greedily like gnawing down on a chunk of meat. She looks back and says, "The child is precious to us. We would want no harm to come to her.
Well, that's
She
good
is
at least.
And
she is one
so,
of ours. She is one of our own. We would treat her like family here.
Alive
like
family.
Natasha and Elena.
Maybe she become a sister to them. A third sister.
Because that to me doesn't seem as bad. As crazy as it sounds, I know, Dyer, but he looks to the child as like,
Look how powerful Sinvala is. Daya, she could be as stronger than Sinvala. This is an opportunity for her.
And look
The
at how
chosen one.
unhappy Sinvala was. So unhappy that she left and is being pursued.
Well, maybe it doesn't have to be this way for this young. Daya, you're a child of destiny. You have a path ordained for you. Perhaps this is her destiny to become great.
Yes. See? Your friend here makes a good point.
The difference there is that I chose my destiny. I chose to accept it. I could have walked away at any time. I could walk away even now.
but her
Now,
Insight check that, Chris.
sorry, inciting dire. I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah.
And,
When she
and
said,
her.
okay, she said she chose her.
Yeah, if you want,
I
you
thought that
can
was
set your
forced
own
on her.
DC, Sarah Jane, and if Ember wants to read into that and you want to shed more light on it, then
Let's we'll see what he rolls and then I'll tell you.
yeah, you set your own DC, you set your own parameters for this.
Yep,
Sure.
I've got.
Oh, that's not
Wow.
must be history. That's a misclick.
Oh.
That's a misclick.
Hold on,
It's only
wait, but take the
You got a
roll.
19,
19.
so 18 in total.
Okay.
Pretty good.
She believes what she's saying.
okay. Perfect.
Okay, Daya, if you say so, but you make a good point. But
It was always my family's job, but I was of age when I made the choice to take up the mantle. And I was of age when I decided to go and leave my family to take on this work. This child is not capable of such decisions. If you truly believe you want her, let her grow up and then make the decision to join you or not.
No,
Isn't
that's
a
the
willing
intention.
companion more worthwhile than one who is kept in ignorance?
I agree. She should make her own decision when she comes of age. But do remember, her parents made the deal.
This
Her
is
parents
Then-
signed her away.
this is where I draw a very, very fine line, because it's as you say, Dyer. If she made the decision, that's fine. However, her parents were the one that had the selfishness, the arrogance to give her up like currency
So
for a
Her parents
position.
bargained with something that they didn't own. They never owned her future. No parent does.
Exactly. Which is
I
why
appreciate
I
The
feel
contract is invalid. Therefore,
that's what I'm saying. So I think
Fine.
instead of us doing anything about this, I agree with Dyer. I believe that the child should grow up and make the decision herself. But I also believe that Agatha, you're going to take care of her. You aren't going to bring any harm to the child.
Anna, I appreciate your wisdom here. Most white knights would see us the villain, when it is not us who have made the deal, not us who signed their child away. But
Please don't talk so petty to me. Use your real words.
I'm saying that I'm not being sarcastic. You've actually got your eyes wide open, Tanner.
Let's just
People-
say I've had some enlightenment.
So,
Do I
We're
trust her
always
words,
thinking-
by the way? Is she actually being, like,
Yeah,
forthright?
she's saying that most people would paint her as the villain, right? Seeing as she's kidnapped the child, but really she's saying like the parents are the ones who made the deal, made the contract, right?
Mm.
They're simply following through with
Bearing
that.
in mind, it's like if the witches turned around and said, "We want to kill and eat her because fuck it," then
And they
I'd
say,
have a bit more. However, if the child has sanctuary, regardless if it was chosen by her or not, her parents, like, what else
her
would we do?
parents wouldn't be a
Yeah.
good place for her to remain.
Exactly.
So if we
That's-
turned around, killed Agatha, we'd have a child here with nowhere to go. Like, literally less than nowhere to go.
Precisely.
Okay. In which case, based on this conversation,
If they don't want to kill her, then
Eridanus will look at Agatha and just be like, so, trying to think how to word this, because he's still not particularly happy, but at the same time, he knows that he can't do a lot for this child straight away, at least at this point.
Tricky.
And he's not fully aware of the situation. I think as a player, I think there's something we're missing, like a question we're not asking in the right way to get the right
I think
answer.
it is just what it is. I don't think there's any obfuscation here at all. I think it just straight up
No.
is what it is. This is
No,
a future
because-
protege.
No, because when we mentioned about recruitment, Chris specifically said that she seemed to be using our words like she was bending the truth, like it was a half truth.
Oh, well, yeah.
But
Well, the recruitment
so
was kind
I'm-
of a lie. She was
yeah.
basically sold to the witches
Yes, but
and her
sold to
parents
what
for power
purpose?
or something.
Every
Or-
insight that has come up, if they're going to hurt the child, has come up like nothing. It's I don't think they're here to harm the child, but I think yes, she is definitely here for something more. So Tanner will say, in order for this child to grow up correctly, I think she would be better off perhaps being looked after by one of the children of Baba Yaga. Preferably Eleanor. I think she's the right role model for the child.
Until she comes of age.
Of course.
Yes.
And then you will honour her with the decision whether to join you or not. Because
When
after
is this
all, she
to
is
come to age?
family,
When-
isn't she?
When she becomes an adult, which would be for humans, she is human, right?
Yeah.
Child. Sorry, sometimes hard
Hey.
to know lots of humanoid races. Would be when she turns 18, I suppose.
And before it's like a 30-year-old gnome.
Yeah. No, hold on. You say 18, but she corrects you. 13 is when she would be considered. At least able to make her own decision.
13, you say?
That is when she can decide what she wishes to do. Yeah.
It's pretty reasonable. I think she'd be old enough to make a somewhat informed decision on the whole thing.
And with Eleanor looking over her, I think she'll grow up fine.
Then
With perhaps a
Eleanor's
hint
very
of
powerful, you know,
personality as
Agatha.
well.
Elena is quite
Then-
powerful and talented. She can control things through dreams.
Not just about power, it's about maturity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is Elena in a position to raise a child to
well, with
make
Eleanor,
sure that
would
she
also
has
have
the
to-
choices and wisdom
With
that she would need?
With Lady Mora at her side, for sure. I mean, after all, Lady Mora looks after Eleanor. Eleanor
I
might
trust
actually.
Lady Mora more than I trust Elena in this case.
Elena
As a
has
guard-
a big
as a
heart,
guardian.
Gaia.
As a guardian, of course, but
Look how much she loves her sister. She would.
A big heart isn't everything that you need. I think she's still so young herself.
But perhaps this is a learning phase. Oh,
Yeah,
or
Helen,
sorry, two birds, one stone, you could say, because
Helen
Perhaps.
is
by
not
looking
sure.
after the child, Eleanor might learn how to be mature because she has, well, you know,
Responsibility.
responsibility
That's a fair point.
and
But
might take the reins off of Lady Moore a bit.
but one of the problems there is we know, and I just sort of remember what happened previously with Eleanor.
What do you mean previously? What?
As
Specifically,
in, as in, like trying not to say this in front of the hag, but Eridanus at this point is sort of just going, you know what, I'm just going to say it. Remember, Eleanor is currently being targeted, so putting a child there might not be the safest place.
But she's currently with Lady Mora, which is also why I'm not as stressed at that. It takes up. I'll put it this way: I am not going to be looking after a child, not by my own volition. Not that I don't
Absolutely
care
not.
about the child. However, we have way too much shit to do within this hut, and I think the best
Exactly.
person is going to be Eleanor and Lady Mora because they are going to be hunkering down. Eleanor especially. And if she is being targeted, then that means she is going to be the most safe. She's going to be guarded. She's defended.
That's of course making the assumption that Lady Mora came back after her conversation with Baba Yaga.
I believe she would have done.
On that point, Eridanus, maybe we can see now that some time has passed. We've taken a rest. We can see if she has returned. Well, she's in her
But
chamber, perhaps.
before we go anywhere, Agatha,
Might be our next action.
do we have your word that no harm will come to this child, mind, body, or soul, from you or any of the other creatures under Baba Yaga or Baba Yaga herself? Whilst until she at least turns of age and can make the decision for herself. And that includes putting her under sedation via poison and such. Because that's not good for the body.
It at least saves someone from having to look after her, but I'm afraid I cannot make any promises. Not within the hut. There are far too unknowable variables. Like you said, dangers come to this place. That is why I did my best to stay at her bedside and make sure no horrific creatures come out of the dark. If there was harm to be had, well, we would have done it already. The purpose of keeping her sedated was to extend the time, make the time flow easier. So all we're doing is waiting.
keeping her ignorant while you do things around her, you mean? Part of that time in growing and reaching age is not just to reach the number of years, it's also to learn how the world works. And being awake is a very important part of that. Surely you understand.
Well, I'm simply following the methods set up before me that work best.
I think what
It is
Agatha
for
is trying to say in mind the expression but too many words is it wasn't her call.
it's it is for her best as well.
How so?
The less hardship she knows, the better.
Then
The less distraction she has, the better.
Once again, send her to Eleanor and Lady Mora. I
Can
think
I
she
do an
will be
inside check
better.
on Agatha when we're talking about Lady Mora and Elena as guardians? Like, is she
She
okay
was
with it?
actually quiet during that, most of that, and yes, you could tell that she was thinking. And all the while, she never opposed it.
Yeah. But and there's no expression on her face that like either this is good or bad.
Yeah, it seemed neutral. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
that's good at least. That's not anything. Wine at this time in the morning, Ember? Okay.
Yeah, all this talking's really.
Right.
I
Well
mean, I
then,
guess I won't say no.
you wish me to fetch Elena and have her look after the
If,
child then?
if possible, that would be ideal. We will keep the child here whilst you go. Keep her safe.
If I may
Right.
ask one more question. Why this child? What makes her special to you?
That was nothing special or particular, but I assume that we accepted an opportunity
For somebody
in
who
these
wants. Oh, sorry, go
kind of scenarios. It is the parents that came to us.
on.
We didn't seek her out.
I'm thinking this is some kind of like. If you've ever played like the Elder Scrolls games, like the Black Hand of Sithis. What are they called?
Yeah.
Dark
Yeah.
Brotherhood. This is
Yeah.
kind of like Dark
Yeah.
Brotherhood ritual thing. Like you do like a pentagram on the floor, and all of a sudden it's like Baba Yaga appears in front of you. You tell her what you want.
Yeah.
She asks what she needs.
Yeah, I
We
kind of.
simply
Or like every fairy tale where you promise your firstborn to a witch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
For like a pint.
Hmm.
anyway,
I will actually ask that. Like, is there any kind of so when the parents called for you? I mean, obviously they were reaching out directly to Baba Yaga, correct?
That's right.
What's
Child
your
was not
calling
even
card?
born at that time.
Oh, good question.
Sorry, say that again.
What's your
What's-
calling card? So what exactly summons? Do you have like a waiting list or it's like take one slip and take a seat?
There are many parties that approach the witch, and it seems as though she positions herself at the right place at the right time for when one is in need of something or some service. But
I see, kind of like a
Baba
confession
Yaga,
booth in a church, and it's not the priest you're going to see.
right. And by offering a proposal, a fair proposal, it is their choice to make. Others have turned down her deals. They're not forced into them. But some people are very desperate indeed. They just have a burning desire that cannot be quashed.
Is it always for a child that the deal is made?
No, no. Whatever benefits both parties.
It's always nice to hear of a deal that is mutually beneficial amongst. Those are the best kind of deals. Everybody wins.
But the Witch Queen's reasons might not become apparent for years or even decades. She likes to play the long game. So, a deal that might not be meaningful in the moment, or perhaps not meaningful except under specific circumstances, such as an auspicious birth, or a climactic encounter with a dangerous individual. It all depends on the circumstance, case by case. but I do not deign to question every little in and out.
I can respect someone who's such a keen deal maker. Someone who's good at that kind of thing. That's quite the ability. And a smooth negotiator. Good.
Mm.
Typical Fey behavior.
Yeah, you get the impression from this that Baba Yaga is either a master manipulator or a brilliant bargainer.
Yeah. Which, from Aqua's perspective, just not Aqua, Adonis, I'm just thinking my other character, just makes them seem all the more like a typical Fae, because that's one of the things Fae are good at.
Yes, yes they are.
These bananas and peppers are delicious.
Aya is thinking about how Baba Yaga and her group know how to be in the right place at the right time. Because they're taking advantage of opportunities, but how do they know where to be when people are at this desperate point?
That's what I mean. I think
Yeah.
it's got to be like a summoning thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Like-
perhaps divination.
Yep, divination.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
right.
that's probably the answer right there.
Find me someone desperate, and
Yeah.
I'll offer them what they want for a steep price.
Probably
Yeah.
some Whitaker work.
There you go. Yes, Rasku night. Like, there's
Yeah.
so many servants under this, and you start to realize this is a big, big corporation. It's like a business.
Yeah,
Having
yeah,
extra
yeah.
partners, having these ways to find
Like finding
business.
customers.
Yeah. You got like
Yeah.
you got like the you got different departments, right?
Huh?
Of these hags who are clearly there to search. One's to seal deals, one's to enact them,
Mhm.
one's to collect. You know, there's all types.
One to enforce.
Yes.
Is it time to see what Lady Moore is up to? If she made it back?
I'm. Yes, I think we should wait
I don't know
for.
if there's much more to learn here, so
Very
we
well.
gotta take the kid anyways, right? To Lady
Yeah.
Mora?
Yeah.
Shall we finish our
Ooh.
breakfast and head out?
You wish to wait here. I will simply fetch Eleanor for you.
Oh, that also works actually.
That'd be
Mhm.
great. Lady Mora as well, if she made her return.
I will be back swiftly. And you do see her leave from one door. You've got a moment to talk if you wish, but she is. When you're ready, I'll just have her reappear.
I will turn to Mally and say, this might be the best option for you. I know it's scary, but Lady Mora is a good person. Elena is a good person.
You're really
I
I'll
don't
right.
look
think
after
we're going
you
home.
until you can make your own choice.
Seems to be like a worried face on her. She's looking down at her
You'll
stool.
You will have the opportunity to study. You will have food. You'll have drink, and
You'll even learn magic. Like this.
Well-
And I'll cast Mage Hand and I'll lift her cup. Shake it a little bit.
That kind of distracts her from the circumstance a little bit. Whoa! She's like
Yeah,
up in
that's
wonder.
nothing. You'll be able to do way more things than this. You
perhaps
should
like
see what
this.
Elena can do.
And then Eridanos will shape the wine into like shapes in the air because he can shape water.
He kind of like gasps in amazement at it.
Think
I'll
of
tell
the
you what.
powerful witch that you'll become.
Assuming that's what you want to be, it's not a path for everyone.
I
You'll
don't
be a very
know.
special little girl.
But you'll have plenty of time to make that decision. How old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
So I think she looks about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would say.
Right.
So-
So you'll have maybe 6-7 years to make that decision. So you'll have time to study, time to think, and you'll potentially have others to play with. I suppose you'll have Eleanor. She's almost got a childlike wonderment about her.
Okay.
But
I would be very jealous if someone would get to spend that much time with her.
yes, and if you're no,
Just
I'm not
looks at you
going
like,
No.
oh,
and Embers
Emma.
and
What? She
Aradonish
seems
just
really
looks.
fun, Chris.
Aradonish just looks at Ember and just like, but
Uh, and if she seems like she's warming up to the idea a little bit, but there's still a look of worry over her face. Uncertainty.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair. If you don't want to go, we can leave. And I don't know what will happen in the next few years, but I anticipate being a regular in the hut for some time to come. And if you ever need to get away, then you can.
Is it-
That
Go on.
choice is always up to you. You don't have to stay. You don't have to do anything
Okay.
you don't want to.
Okay.
Okay?
She kind of nods and accepts this. But it's a quick question: has anyone given her any food or drink over this time?
I
Food
We've
would have
put
been
food
fun
in
in
front of
front
her.
I gave her. I put
Okay.
wine down.
Yeah.
I could.
Ember,
I'd
not-
hand her
I mean,
some
at
bananas
some
and
point we would have all, got some toast or fruit or
totally.
whatever.
All right.
I mean,
in that
I made a note that I went and got my own food. So
Um. Hmm. Think. All right. So what we'll say, like you put down some fruit in front of her, then.
sure,
Yeah.
that seems fair.
After kind of like being a little bit more reassured, she does bite into maybe an apple or something, and as she's like munching away, she kind of frowns a little bit, and I'd like everyone to just roll an insight check. DC is going to be pretty high for this though. But holy shit.
Ooh.
16.
Never
No.
mind.
Oh my god, she has no taste or smell. She has COVID. Get her out! Get her out!
I am the master of insight. I don't think I've rolled below 20 on it or below 18 or something.
No,
It's insane.
haven't. Okay. There's something about when she eats something, she's like chewing it, and when she swallows, she seems to hold her like her tummy for a moment, as if like it kind of feels strange when it goes down, and then she shakes it off and then continues eating.
Oh, as much as I'm gonna hate to do this, I'm gonna look to Tanner because I'm pretty sure he's aware of this and the divine sense.
Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Divine sense. Oh, she can't take food. She's a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Oh no, that's why she
Already?
looks weird. Oh, she
She's
ugly.
not undead.
Oh,
She's not
okay, that's
undead.
right.
Jesus.
I take it back. She's.
Well, maybe she's a
Let-
fiendish in
Like your
some manner.
divine, see your divine sense again.
Yeah, I'll quickly ping it for you.
Is divine sense picks up Fae as well, doesn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Celestial, fiend, or undead. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, divine sense does not go off.
Ah, damn it. Nope, you're all good.
That's good.
The rest of you who got really low, you just see it. She's probably been asleep for a very long time. You can imagine that during that time, like you said, atrophy, and if her stomach's not used to digesting, it's going to be like waking up, kicking in. It's like a muscle. It's your stomach is just a muscle like anything else. So trying to digest food for the first time is a struggle. And like even the act of chewing and swallowing can.
We
be a
all
little
think
bit
she's some kind of fiend. She's just really hungry. We're terrible people.
It's so funny. I watch D&D players jump the gun like that. It's like but
She's a mimic.
for those who got 22, there is just it is concerning. She's obviously been in the hut for a very long time. You've seen what happens. You look over back behind you, you can hear this. You look at a small bunny rabbit that was transformed within the hut. God knows what other effect this place can have on someone so young and still developing.
Hmm.
But you're unable to. Like I say, this was an incredibly high DC. But you reckon there is potential that there is some weird magic that might just be dormant or present.
But I'm
It's
half
making it discomfort.
I'm half to believe that whatever is afflicting her is something that's just to calm her down.
Yeah. Well, she
Like,
does manage to stomach the food. It's not like she's throwing up everywhere. Like I say, this was only very subtle. But
Hmm.
I think we can probably have Agatha return now with Lady Mora or with Elena.
okay, that does happen. She returns. With her is Eleanor, and she steps in. Where is she?
I want to watch both of their expressions as they come in and see that there's a little girl here.
Eleanor sees her, and she immediately kind of goes wide-eyed, and her demeanor is warm and cheery, and her voice kind of goes high. It's like, "Oh, hey, hello there." Sankiri steps aside. And what's your name? And she says, Mary. Hello, I'm Eleanor. Grizz says, yeah, this is the one we were talking about. This is a friend of ours.
Ellen, I got some wine for you. One sec.
Uh, don't- I'm not going to drink right now. Hold
No,
on.
it's okay. I promise.
Grab.
we're on the
Alright.
lash.
Eleanor says some comforting words to her, such as like, I was young and confused and I didn't know where I was, but this place is fine. You'll be safe here. We'll look after you. I'll look after you. I can conjure food as well. You'll never go hungry here. And she seems to try and like befriend her very quickly, and Mally's kind of like smiling, but after a while, Mally kind of looks up and says like, "You're pretty," and, and Eleanor's kind of like, "Oh," kind of blushes a little
Very
bit.
pretty. Very pretty.
And if you like, whilst we remain in the hut, we'll try to come to visit you when we can.
Of course.
Okay.
What
Elena, what
what
kind
is
of?
Lady Mora's reaction to all of this?
Lady
getting
Mora
a
is
new-
not present.
Oh, she's not here yet.
Nope.
I thought she was coming.
Or I look
Oh,
to.
So Eleanor says, Lady Mora went to speak with Baba Yaga. She hasn't returned yet.
Oh, wow.
Don't know.
Okay.
There was a lot
I
to
know, but-
discuss, so I'm sure she'll be back soon. If not, we can go and check up, see how progress is.
I'll take her back to my quarters for now. And
Yes.
Of course.
Look,
Thank you for doing this, Eleanor.
What kind of magic can you teach her, Elena?
I'm not going to teach her any magic just yet, though. Perhaps I'll show her some of the book, but it's not. It's not something I want to stress her out with just yet. She's
Daya!
woke up in a strange place.
Daya, can I have that spell book back, please?
I'll hand it over to you.
I'll.
Melly, maybe you want to take this with you. Eventually,
No, I
No.
slap it. I slap it out of your hands. Stop that.
What are you doing, Daya? She needs to learn how to do
No,
stuff.
I
no,
think
not
Elena
yet.
has plenty of things that she can share with her. This one we need.
And she might
Maybe
not be destined to be a mage.
maybe
Might not
get
be what she
Daruka.
wishes.
She needs to learn magic. She's gonna be a witch. She needs good spells. Good
That
strong.
might not be what her purpose is here.
Of course, that's her
don't know.
purpose. Come on, what else?
Not everyone here is a mage. Just because
Everyone,
Baba
I
Yaga
would
and Eleanor
like
is.
to ask you all to keep your cool down. I Eleanor, perhaps you want to introduce her to Daruka. She might enjoy some reading.
Yes.
That's not a
Inf-
bad idea.
In fact, get some books from the library and hunker down where it's safe for now.
She
I
kneels
just
down.
realised the circumstance.
Yeah.
She
I
kneels
think
down
he
to
wants me to
Mally's
take
height
care
and
of
says,
some things.
"Do you want to do that? Do you want to see some books? I've got lots of storybooks." And Mally definitely nods and smiles and says, "I like stories." And then, "Ah, good, perfect."
I just kind of
Um,
look over to the others, just like.
in
We need
fact,
to deal with this shadow beast.
but, what was I going to say? Daruka's in his quarters at the moment. Um,
Let us
I'll
take
go
care
there
of the
first.
things, Elena. Let us take care of the situation. I'll make air quotes, and then maybe after Daruka can be a bit safer
Um,
and tutor her as well.
Zankiri speaks up and says, "Right now, the first priority is getting control of the hut. There
Absolutely.
are shadow beasts, and now there are zombies on the. I mean, then
Silly
you see
man.
Mally, like Mally's kind of gone wide-eyed and like, huh? What?
Don't worry,
Yeah,
you're
zombies. They're
as
really,
long
really
as
big bees. They're very nice bees.
If there are Z words running around, I don't even know where they came from.
ZOIMBIE.
Perhaps if we pay a visit to Tarek, if he knows anything about the hut, perhaps he knows how to
Oh,
catch
your
the
tracks.
the
I was
Z's and the D's.
well. I'd be going that way as well.
and
Daruka is opposite Tarek's quarters.
perhaps we can all walk there together.
Sure,
Sounds
Well, that
perfect.
sounds sweet.
let's go for a little walk then. Come on,
Shall we?
A
hold my hand,
nice,
Mally.
calm walk, everyone.
I don't want you getting lost in this place, Mally. Hold my hand. And you see, Eleanor picks up her hand, and
See,
and
Daya, it's
leads her.
perfect. She loves her already.
Agatha seems to be backing away to the door and says, "Well, if that concludes our little arrangements, then I'll be taking my leave as well."
Have yourself a
Yeah.
great afternoon, Agatha. Thank you for being such a
Mm.
reasonable propositioner. That's good. It's nice to do a business with someone of such clever
Don't say the
judgment.
B word.
See your flattery, Amber. Yes,
Flattery, just
it is
honesty.
good. It is good that we did not have to come to blows, though.
Oh, I would never have such a terrible outcome. Not under my watch.
There's enough danger already without potential adventurers going rogue now, is there?
Absolutely, we are allies in this arrangement.
Then I shall say farewell.
Farewell.
I'm sure we'll meet again.
Of course.
Oh,
Farewell,
Hmm.
Agatha. It was. I'm glad we had this talk.
She closes the door. Oh, very much in that that witch-like fashion where she's closing it all the way. You can still see her face the whole way because it kind of closes to the very inch and then finally shuts. A little grin just spreads across her face right at the last split second.
I don't trust her at all.
I don't either. However, I'm
However-
glad that we came down to this.
She's no mere hag. That's definitely true. I'm not even sure that's what she is. But I don't know what she is.
Okay, I'm gonna load up the next map because we're heading to Terig's / Daruka's. Quite convenient. They're literally on the same hallway.
Yep.
I'll start loading that in, and Eleanor will lead the way. Okay.
Definitely makes it easier to get there. And
Mm.
yeah,
Okay.
Eridanus is he's walking probably nearer the back of the group, and there is definitely a look on his face to suggest he is not happy.
Hmm.
Or at least he's perhaps, for want of a better word, like he's okay with how the situation went, but he's not happy that the situation had to occur, sort of thing.
Yeah, I
Like,
think anyone's happy to see a child kidnapped. It's not
thing is, it's not
Yeah.
even kidnapped, but
bargained away, sold. I guess is better.
Yeah.
but
There's
it's
no
still
black and white in this place.
yeah, but it's still like, oh, we're keeping her sedated for her own safety, but then it's like that just makes it look like you just need her at a certain point, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's.
Yeah.
I
They
mean,
did give a
That was
specific age.
that was my
13 years old.
Yeah, but
Yep.
she's not gonna learn or anything, so like,
that's what Dia was trying to say. Like if she's
yeah.
unconscious for the whole time, she's not really
Yeah,
growing.
what I know about hags and the number 13.
Which
Definitely.
group are we? Because there's lots of us.
You'll be the one in the corridor.
Okay,
Ah,
The
so-
one with
Mally.
Eleanor and Mally. Eleanor's there too.
Where does this door go? We've never opened this, have we?
On that door, there is a. Let's open doors. Jeez.
And her.
All right.
I'm sorry, you said there was a door, and so I opened the door. You
And open the door.
You
and
can't.
another entrance to the big divination room with the gold knockers.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually had to come. This is funny. You came through the fountain room. She doesn't actually lead you through the minions' course because probably just to avoid hassle. But you see, Snurg is probably rushing by with a mop and bucket. He says, "Oh, God damn it! I gotta clean up in the guest quarters, aisle 6. There's apparently blood of zombies everywhere."
Snug, shut up!
Ah,
I
yes.
mean- Zombies?
Yeah.
She
Oh,
screams.
no.
I mean,
Zombies are just it's a little word that we use for day drinkers. And they've really made a
I
mess
mean-
in the hall, haven't they?
I mean,
They've thrown up
Just-
everywhere, haven't they,
just
Snug?
saying,
What they do,
technically, she would have walked past them when we left.
Yeah, totally.
she's probably
Yes,
still coming around.
And they
sometimes.
were just drunks that fell
Yes.
over, and the
Thank you,
red
was
was
getting
just
away.
wine everywhere.
With his shield
Yes.
blocking the view.
Yep.
Alright. Anyway, Snow rushes past. 2 dies, Nani.
Eric, this is Mally. Anything she says, you have to do. She is a superior here.
Why is everyone superior? She just got here, and now
Yeah, well, she's very important,
superior
sir.
to me.
Very important.
She's
I've
a
worked here for
potential.
so many years.
She's a
What do
potential
I do?
apprentice.
Anyway.
She's a potential apprentice to Eleanor.
When do I get promoted?
Never,
Uh,
sir.
When do I start giving you orders around here?
Never. When your
you
webs actually prevent us from being attacked in the night.
when you have defeated
you
the
take that
Shadow
back.
Beast,
The web did great job, but it just don't work when hags can go into the ethereal.
then perhaps you'll get promoted if you can defeat the Shadow Beast.
Wait a minute.
No, don't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna land the final blow on it. I swear to God.
It's funny you say that because, like, Snurg did do some crazy stuff before. He actually was wholly responsible of capturing the goblin, the loot goblin
Yeah,
in the previous
time.
run. He also killed like a Drago Lich at one point as well. Like throttled
Amazing.
it with a rock. Great.
Nice.
He said, "I'm gonna learn to make face spider webbing, and then you'll be into the ethereal plane."
That would be
Just you wait.
awesome.
That sounds good, Snurg. That sounds good. Get
You
to
want-
But you'll get promoted once you're able to defeat Ember.
now, Tanner.
First, I gotta go mop up some spillage. Yes.
Right away.
Alright. He sprints off. All right. Elena leads you past the fountain room. Funnily enough, Ember, you actually pass the guard drake room, and
Indeed.
she takes you up the stairs from there and into this long corridor. The oak and furnishings in this place is of the finest quality. The surface is well polished, and the doors have like shining kind of brass doorknobs. There is a small little letter, like in what's it called, like a plaque. Yeah, it's like a plaque, and it's in the letter T, and it's actually on the door itself. And on this one, on the south door, there is the letter D as well.
Right.
And the T is inside a like an hourglass, and the D is inside like a book.
So Daruka and Tarek.
Yeah, yeah, they've got like their own like
Official title plaques like Dr. Tarek.
yeah, like
We'll see you
celebrity.
now.
Yeah, like in movies where they got like the star on the door with a name on it. It's almost like that.
Okay.
But yeah,
Hmm.
Wait, the D is with a
Actually-
book or the D is with an hourglass?
D is inside a book, like a plaque of a book with a D on it, and then the hourglass has a
I
T.
did actually want to speak to Daruka about one thing quickly, actually, think about it, so I'll go speak to him before we speak to Tarek.
Well, I'm going to go introduce Mally and try and get a book as well. So,
I just wanted to have a quick word with him myself. Also in
All right.
regards to some books.
Knock knock on the door, and you hear a who is it? It's Eleanor, and I have some friends. Oh, well, please come in, come in. It's unlocked now. Eleanor steps in, and you enter into a fine living space, that's for sure.
What a
Ty
lovely
walks into
room.
the door. There is carpeted floors. There is bookshelves with perhaps his own personal collection. There is a four-poster bed with cushions of various different colored silks. There's a table with a beautiful bouquet of flowers, Eridanus.
Uh-oh.
Well, technically the madness is gone because of the long rest.
Yeah, but
Oh.
there's a
Yeah,
lingering.
he glares at the flowers, but it's in the same way he was looking at Ember when he was like, "Now let's just leave the child behind." He just sort of looks at the flowers, but if anything, how he looked at Ember was worse. Like he just sort of looked at the flowers like, ugh.
That's
And then
confirmed.
he just tries to make it as, "Oh, sorry, I just feel like maybe if you'd use like rather than the pink, maybe more red." I don't know. I just feel there's a little bit of a color clash. Just my opinion.
I was just doing some reorganizing. Would be reading a book right now, but I like to keep myself a little bit alert, especially whilst
Yeah.
that thing is on the loose.
That's good,
Yes,
Daruka.
Speaking of books, obviously Eleanor has something she'd like to ask you, but I was in your library and I was looking for books on the Shadowfell, but the entire shelf seemed to be empty. I was wondering
Oh.
if they were maybe some you had here or.
Shadowfell. Now, let me think. I would have to look at my documents, but I know I can find who took those books out for you.
That'd be excellent. I mean, they would be fairly useful.
Oh, give me a moment. Seems to go over to his table, wherever that is. Dresser.
Looks like there's like a backpack on top of this over here,
Yes, yeah.
possibly. That could be
Oh, yeah,
scrolls,
he goes-
maybe.
Yeah, here we go. Anyway, yeah, he starts rustling through that. And Eleanor speaks up and says, and if you have a storybook you'd recommend for this little one here.
Well, I have a storybook. Here. I'll give her the book about the story of the troll going to the prime material plant.
Oh, this is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a great book, Elena. I was reading it. I guess we share that in common. We both really like this one.
She looks at you for a moment with
I
Just-
roll my eyes to Daya.
your
Diane
eyes
puts her
completely-
hand in front of her face, like just so awkward.
Yeah. She's like, oh, that's lovely.
It's nice that we have things in common.
Yes. It's rarity. Just so many different people here, and Mally kind of like just breaks up the conversation by going, "Can I look?" And Eleanor's like, "Oh,
Absolutely.
yes, let me show you." And she starts opening the book and just describing what it's about to her. Daruka comes back and turns out they're on permanent. What's the word? Permanent borrowing, I guess. Now, normally that
So
sounds
someone
absurd.
bought them?
Not exactly. Under normal circumstances, one would have to return the book eventually, but this is a
Special exception.
exactly.
So do they return on you upon the person's like when the person's and Eridonis sort of looks over at Mally, seeing that she's distracting, and then just sort of runs a finger along his throat, sort of to indicate like when someone dies.
Oh, no, I don't think they will be dying anytime soon.
Oh, who has them then?
Mm,
It's gonna be Baba Yaga, isn't it?
I didn't say it. You said it.
Hmm.
But I'm right, aren't I?
You're not wrong.
Right.
Goodness, I'm starting to sound like a fae.
Yes, I'm quite used to dealing with them. Well, I feel like I'm used to dealing with them, which is weird because I've only been alive for a few days.
Well, regardless, you can see why I simply can't request the
yeah.
return of these.
Understandable.
But that's where they've gone. Sorry I
Okay.
couldn't be of more help.
Hmm. In which case, would you happen to know if in your library you have any books that detail the movement of the Lorethian star?
Celestial bodies?
Yes.
There is,
I have an intense interest in celestial bodies.
there
That's
is
one in
potentially a
particular.
book. I would need to see the library myself, but I'm sure I can dig up something.
Well, if you're sure there is a book, I will have to have. I can have a look myself, I suppose. I realize it's a library, so I'll just look at it whilst I'm there. I assume there's some sort of process that I would have to go through to take it out.
There is actually, and he jumps to the opportunity to retrieve a small library card from thin air. He actually just boom, and makes it appear in a small little puff of flame, actually, as it happens. This is the library card contract, and
I
all
love
you
this
need to
guy.
do is
Yeah.
sign the name, and the book is yours.
Just make sure you
pinches it.
read the fine print, Eridonis.
Is going to read that to Helen back because he is a Fae and he knows about contracts. Maybe
Good
not about
point.
contracts, but he knows how oaths and binding things work and
Did
deals.
you say to Helen back? Anyway, yeah.
Oh,
fuck.
no.
Why is that funny?
Because of
He
what
hands
he
you the-
is.
He hands you the card between a forefinger and thumb. The thumb was on the inside of his hand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because his hands are upside down or back to front, aren't they?
Darukra, I've actually wanted to ask you something since the day we met, actually. If you don't mind me asking.
I think I do, and it's very rude to ask about someone's thumb, so
Well, it was
Um,
actually down to your heritage. Uh, you're not a typical tabaxi, are you?
not typical. No, I'm more of a muscular type.
Oh,
Tabaxis often kind of represent more like like leopards and
Yeah.
panthers. He's clearly much more like tiger.
Yeah.
Yes.
yes. Well, you actually. So, of course, being a paladin, I have my certain triggers, you could say. So, of course, I managed to pick up that, of course, Lady Mora was a vampire, but I can't discern on what is pinging from you.
Oh, I wear no disguise, my friend. What you see is what you get. I'm just a passionate librarian.
Going to
Tanner,
read
why
over
are
this
you harassing
contract.
this man?
I was just curious. I mean, you know, I
No,
kind
of
of looked
course.
to Daruka as like, does he look insulted?
Um, he doesn't seem insulted, but he is trying to reassure you that he is not wearing anything like a disguise. He doesn't want to be thrown in with the lot of, deception and disguises.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't want to be thrown in with that lot. Like he wants to come across as friendly, amicable, and one person you can trust within the hut.
Yeah.
So, if you want to read the contract, good luck. It's very fine
I-
detail.
I'm
But
reading through it and I'm using the jeweler's magnifying glass in case there's any really small print I might miss.
okay, that's the
Well,
only way you can read the fine print. Actually, is with a jeweler's eyeglass, because the writing seems to be disguised as a disguise, but it's the small print is like almost like a little pattern. It's like a squiggly line across the card, and there is a space for your name. But yeah, you realize upon closer inspection, the squiggly line is a contract, and as you get a closer look at it, I can. Have we gone over
I
this yet?
I think we
We
have
had
it
this
in
already. Yeah,
or-
Daya
yeah.
We
figured
have,
it out.
okay. Okay, cool.
I knew bringing the jeweler's magnifying glass would be useful for something.
I'll just read the couple of first paragraphs. This contract binds the scribe and the recipient into a deal of an unending period of time, or this contract is voided by an agreement on the part of both parties. Upon agreeing to and signing this contract, the recipient is bound to their agreed obligations and parameters within the rules of the Grand Library of Baba Yaga, the Witch Queen and Mother of Bones. Rule 1. The recipient may borrow up to one single book from the Grand Library of Baba Yaga, the Bones of Mothers, Witch Queen, at any one time, and one book only. Should more than one book be taken or stolen, and or removed from the Grand Library of Baba Yaga, Mother of Bones, the Witch Queen, then the recipient will have voided this contract. That's just the first two paragraphs, but it goes on and
And
on.
and does it mention at any point what will happen if the contract is voided?
Yes,
Or will it...
any violation of this contract on the part of the recipient immediately locks the claim and ownership of the everlasting soul of the recipient, invoking the laws of the pact of primeval
Here it
under
is.
under the control and dominance of the scribe for all eternity, sending the soul of the recipient immediately upon death to the scribe to do with as they see fit.
Eridanish reading over this. What? Just checking before I make any decisions. What happens if the library of Baba Yaga is no longer Baba Yaga's? Say it happens somehow. What happens in that case? Because then wouldn't that
Never
void
even
the
considered a
contract?
prospect. But I suppose if that were the case, it would fall to me, I guess. I am part
Fair enough.
ownership, and
Right.
I tend the books. They know me as much as I know their pages.
Well, I suppose there comes to two problems with this. First one is I'm not sure I have a soul. Not sure on that. I realize that should be something like, oh no, everyone's got a soul, but I'm really not sure, and I'm also not sure if I do have one, if I technically own it in order to bargain it. So I will have to deny your generous offer, but I will make a promise that if I do read any books of yours, I will not take them out of the library. Because that would break the rules. But I assume I'm okay to read the books inside the library without signing the membership.
The following of the rules is all I ask for. So, be my guest. You're welcome to read with us within the library. But
Excellent.
be warned, there are some dangers lurking about. That's why I'm stuck in here for the time being.
Oh yes, I know
Yeah, we're
all
working
about
on that,
that.
Daruka.
They seem to have an interest in me, and that was kind of why I was looking for the books on the Shadowfellas. I thought they might be related.
If you don't mind, actually, Daruka, I think we'll stay here for a bit. She seems comfortable here, and I don't want to take the book away. There's plenty more to read. I think this is a good distraction for her. That is no problem, Eleanor. I could use the company.
Yes, I will hand him
That's
back
settled.
his library card, and then I will say, "Thank you, Daruka, and thank you for your help." Hmm. Actually, just one last question. If there was one book in your library which you would say is a must read for a druid from the Feywild, which would it be?
Druid from the Feywild.
Something with
I would
flowers. Flowers.
Yeah, not
something.
not to do with flowers. I seem for some reason flowers bug me at the moment. I'm not sure why.
I would have to say there is one. Hold on, I'll have to have a quick look. He does go over to his documents again and starts looking through them. Um, give him a moment. I think this is it. Yes. I would suggest the Tome of Understanding. You seem like you're not quite sure if you even have a soul. Perhaps a book like this would enlighten one.
That certainly sounds useful. And
How long as it's actually still there? It's a bit of a hard find, but
I will definitely have to have a look for it.
very well.
And if it's as good a read as you say, maybe it will persuade me to sign your contract.
I would be pleased to make that arrangement.
Yes.
All the best, everyone.
Yep. Thank you. We are off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of time.
All right. You head back up the stairs, and you can hear Iruka turns over to the. He goes over to a shelf, and then turns around and says to Mally, "Now, do you like pop-up books?" And that's when you see the door shut behind you.
Wait, before we leave.
Okay. You do want a pop-up book, don't you?
I wouldn't like a pop-up book. However, I would like to hand Daruka the book that I borrowed back.
Which one's that?
Humanoids.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
So I shall return that.
Did you?
And
Is that out of the library?
no. Not that I'm aware of.
Did you sign the contract?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you'll need to quickly do that now then.
Sign it.
Yes.
Hey, you stole the book, Tanner!
Took a book out of the library.
No, it was actually Grizz that borrowed it, but I was reading it.
Oh, so Grizz took a one. Did
I
Grizz?
believe.
Oh, yes. Grizz did actually sign in the library, didn't he?
Yeah.
As did I. I returned my book.
I didn't realize that we couldn't take it out of the library. It was only if we didn't return it.
Well, that's the
what a
catch.
library is. You take a book out of the library. That's what a library is. Yeah. So I think Grizz did sign actually, as it happens, because he didn't really
Yeah,
understand the weight behind
because
it.
that was also my kind of catch-22 on not signing it.
Right. Okay. Well, Grizz. All right. I'll have. So this is from Grizz, yes? Grizz steps in, like, yes, yeah, and he takes the book from you and then hands it to Daruka. Sorry about the wait. We were in the Feywild, and yeah, that's a story in itself. Could write a whole book on that one. Thank you, Grizz. Alright.
However, I don't suppose Grizz, I do air quotes, could borrow another book at all.
Which one?
I would actually like a book on fiends, if I may.
He lets out a toothy grin. Okay, what? Going on a devil hunt or something? By any chance?
Once again, I'm just curious. It shouldn't actually take long. In fact, if you'd like to read up with me.
Okay, what's your surface thoughts on this?
My surface thoughts is that he pinged up as a fiend on my my divine sense, and Tanner's literally been picking his brains because he thought he was a tabaxi.
Alright.
And now he's
Okay.
he's not even like, I want to find out what it is so I can kill it. He's like, I'm genuinely curious, but he's acting as if this is so nonchalant, and his hands backwards.
He raises a pipe to his mouth and takes a puff from it, and then his eyes kind of flash a little iridescent blue and says, I'm sure I can find something for you. He goes over to his own little personal collection and pulls forth a book and says, here, a book all on fiend.
Tanner quickly takes it and like flips through the pages.
Okay.
Do I find anything?
And roll me a quick investigation check.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I need to do this.
No, please take your time. I'm curious as well.
Posing Daruka.
11.
It's a book all on demons from the abyss.
Fiends.
Find what you're looking for?
They are fiends.
Do you have any others?
Oh, yes, I do actually. 1 second. Let's see. Fiends. Fiend. He hands you another book. There you go. You want to quickly give me an investigation check?
Yeah. God fuck it. 70.
You start to get the idea. He's giving you deliberately books that are not the fiends you're looking for. This is a book all on Yugoloths, which are known as the
Right.
neutral evil fiends, native to the Blood Rift. And they're mercenaries, basically, between the two armies of devils and demons. And yeah, you get the impression with a 17 that he's deliberately avoiding giving you stuff on devils.
On devils.
Yes. He's giving you demons, Yugoloths, but not devils, which is the third type of fiends.
Perhaps you have another book. I don't.
There's one book at a
I'm not
time,
even.
Tanner.
I'm giving him like a knowing look. It's like, I just want to know.
And he seems to be reading your every thought almost. He says, well,
Come on, Daruk,
see.
you gotta just give me this one. Come on, tell me my
Yeah,
tell me my
fresh
pally
out of-
senses have tingled.
well, looks like we're fresh out of fiend books over here.
Okay, Daruka, come in.
Hmm?
Talk to me, man.
What is it?
I'm right in saying you're a fiend, aren't you? Don't worry. There's
Oh,
nothing
you.
wrong with it.
I'm not a fiend, I'm a gentleman and a scribe. A scholar. Tanner, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. That hurt me.
Tanner's
Oh.
smiling at him.
I don't want to make he's smiling as well the whole time. I don't want to make such a scene in front of the young child here.
Oh, how rude of me. I'm dreadfully sorry. Please, accept my apology, and he'll hold a hand out, shake his hand.
Yeah, he shakes it with a
Don't
reverse.
say!
Oh,
Give
go
me a
on.
really weird handshake.
You're outside. Oh, it's nice talking, Taruka. Hopefully we will be able to settle this.
My pleasure.
Have a good night.
Good luck with talking with Tarek, and I really hope he doesn't bore you to death. That man can talk for forever, and that's not a phrase I literally mean forever. In every literal sense of the word.
I don't like the sound of
Okay.
that.
Mm.
Nice
Yep.
try, Cam. Nice try.
God damn! God damn! The thing is that Tanner knows that something's up. He just doesn't know what it is.
Well, process of elimination. Just,
I mean, the fact that the contract is asking for souls kind of makes you think.
Tanner doesn't know that.
Yeah. Eridanis is sort of sighs and goes,
It's not every day that a paladin of Weep deals with devils.
I wonder why.
We deal with
Daruka-
heretics.
I wonder why Daruka wants people's souls.
Why, he's a librarian.
It's the second currency, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like, it's an odd thing. I mean, he could get eternal servitude. He could get them to, I don't know, go after a rare book collection.
I was gonna say, how do you think they have to pay for books in, like, the Nine Hells?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I've never been to the Nine Hells. I'm not very well versed in fiends.
Not all those books are from the material vine, that's for sure.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
anyway, let's go knock on Tarek's door.
Alrighty.
Knock
So,
on his door.
as we'll pause there for a second as you knock. Coming up to 10:30. Is that a good place to end it, or do you want to talk to Tarek now? It's up to you guys.
I could do it next week. I gotta make
Yeah.
some pizza with my wife.
Yeah.
I gotta work early tomorrow. But if the group wants to do it now, then I'll stick around. Sure.
I
Don't
think
wanna-
I
we...
might not be. I might not be free next week, by the way. Yeah, I might have plans for the weekend, but the week after that, I'm absolutely free for sure.
Yeah, I will say, yeah, probably save it for next session because one thing, I think there's going to be a massive lore dump, and two, as
Yeah.
Daruk said,
Yeah.
Tarek can talk forever.
Yeah,
That could be the
That's not
entire
on-
next session.
yeah, it's not an understatement.
Well, this guy has that much stuff, eh? Okay, cool. In that
Yeah,
case,
a
then
lot
we
of
should.
Yeah.
It does
Then we
depend.
should. So we're off a week.
I'm afraid so we
Potentially.
are, yes, and
Okay.
Yep.
yeah, as long as you guys are okay with it.
Yeah,
Just gonna
sounds
take
good.
a little
I
break from
imagine
that, though.
summertime is usually for all of us, right? We're busy then.
Yeah,
I imagine that it won't be the only session. There'll probably be a week or two in August. I might.
it's usually just a one-off for me. I don't go. It's not like every other week this happens.
Oh,
So,
you're
but yeah,
Totally
once in a
okay.
while,
You're
a little break
entitled
from
to.
myself.
You're entitled to a break, of course.
Cool. Alrighty.
Enjoy
Well,
enjoy what. No, it's completely unacceptable, Chris. I will not allow it. You must be like Snurg in an internal servitude
Yeah.
to the tabletop experience.
Alrighty. We'll end the stream here then, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and see you all soon. Catch us as well on Friday for
Wolf
Foundry,
story.
or of a story.
Yo.
Alrighty.
Bye-bye.
Idea
Bye.
adventures.
Bye-bye.
Okay.